We'll open the Newbury Selectboard meeting for Tuesday, September 7th at 7:04 p.m. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on local cable channels and on the internet. The meeting is also accessible by remote participation by Zoom. Phone number, dial 646-558-8636 with a meeting ID of 824-8794-6592, which you would also use if coming in online, and a passcode 225857. There's an upcoming public meeting for the Pageville Playground Design Process on Wednesday, September 8th at 6 p.m. That's tomorrow. You can go to the town website for the access to the Zoom meeting. There's a pretty good design, and this is really the final view by everybody before it's cast in stone, I guess, or before we begin the process of actually casting it in stone. The material will be on order, and the goal was to get it done this year, but I don't think that's going to happen at this point based on delivery of components, right? I think
that's right. Yeah, we heard from the vendor last week that we do need to contract this week to lock in those prices, as you know. But yeah, with the lead time for delivery and site prep, it's unfortunately going to go to the spring.
And there's the report in place surface. I think the end of October is pretty much the close for when that can be poured based on temperature. Temperature needs to be above 50 or 55 degrees for, I think it's something like 3 days after they pour. And after that date, there's no way that you can be assured of that. Even at that date, it seems like it's pretty hard to assure that. There's a new interactive online sales report tool available on the assessment department website. It's kind of neat. It takes a look at sales around town and compares them to the assessed values, and does calculations essentially showing how the assessed values compare to market and assessed value equity based on location in town. I'm guessing there's still some tweaks that have to be done there, but it's I've taken a quick look at it, and it's pretty interesting. So this is the ongoing call for volunteers for the Climate Change Resiliency Committee, the Finance Committee, and the Conservation Commission. Says et cetera here. I'm not sure if there are any other boards or any other committees or commissions that are absent members.
There's always some, like the Cultural Council by statute can be up to 22 members. Okay. So there will almost literally always be openings there, but the main ones are, well, I want to, you've mentioned some of the key openings for sure.
So, statutorily, the Finance Committee and the Conservation Commission each need one member. And they are statutory committees, so it's really important that they be staffed. The Climate Change Resiliency Committee is something that
someone joined.
Okay. The Climate Change Resiliency Committee is something that's done as sort of an offshoot of another program of the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program. It's not the statutory committee, but it is important to the future of the town. Please consider whether you can offer up some time for a volunteer position. You can, at any time, you can sign up for the email town news and announcements at the town website, www.newbury.org/subscribe. And that's it for announcements. Under regular business, the first item is there are 4 requests for special event permits for the Myopia Hunt Club on dates of October 5th, October 26th, October 30th, and November 2nd.
I didn't, so. Christian is prepared to give a little test drive.
Oh,
of that,
okay,
which
oh, great.
I think
So
I'd
can
mentioned
do
to him probably before my vacation and just totally forgotten.
that. Okay,
I'm very.
yeah,
So-
we'll take a step back and,
Yeah, it is really cool. So,
Yeah,
yeah, sorry about that, Christian. It's been busy. So. Actually, I'll just have you start on the homepage that way you can walk people through. All right. It's all yours.
thanks for speaking up, Christian.
Good evening. All right, so what I'm about to demonstrate is a little tool that I put together for the town to look at the assessing department, how the assessing numbers, the assessments, stack up against the actual market value. And this is updated multiple times a day automatically, which is the best part, where I just sit back and watch the data come in. At the top there, it shows all the sales from the past year, including all relevant information that goes along with it, including acreage, the neighborhood that the assessing department put that in, building type, living square footage, bed, bath. And this is great to look at if, in case you're wondering what homes are selling for and finding comparable properties to your own, in order to either see how your own assessment is compared to properties that are selling, or possibly file an abatement if that's what you're interested in. And you are able to filter through the different neighborhoods just to give you a better idea of finding a home property or a property closer to yours.
Is there a key?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was looking at it. And I think I figured out one neighborhood, but I wasn't sure about others, so.
There's no key. I can put one in, certainly. And I like to, the neighborhood names really don't have too much overall meaning. They're just designations that we give different parts of the towns. And then there's also by building type as well.
So how would someone know what neighborhood their house is in?
Sure. So go back to our homepage here. And you need to look at your own property record card. So this one here. It's going to be on the assessor's record card. And this pulls up. And the neighborhood is denoted down here in what we call the land section right here. And so that's how you would find your own neighborhood.
So it's just a random initials, it's not, like there's not an obvious designation for that.
Right, this
Next
one,
Street seems like it's not related to anything about Main Street.
correct, this one just means mixed good.
Okay.
Those are set up by our vendor, Patriot Properties, when they did the revaluation in 2020.
Okay.
But the geographic sections of town.
Yes, they're meant to group like properties together in order for us to value the land similarly. Additionally, you can see that there's the number of sales available from the past year, median sale price for the overall town, as well as assessment equalization statistics. And these are pretty heady concepts to grasp unless you enjoy math as much as I do. But the assessment to sale ratio is the big one, where it takes a look at the median assessment to sale, where you're taking the assessed value and dividing it by the sale price, and that gives you an understanding if you're under market or over market value. If we were assessing properties more than their sale prices, then it would be above 100. Right now we're at 84% of market value, and that'll bump back up once we adjust the numbers.
I'm sorry, that thing's broken.
And I've also added in a small explanation to what these numbers mean in case you want to get into the more nitty gritty of what that all comes to.
So that relatively low number for assessment to sale ratio is probably somewhat a function of the somewhat crazy real estate market right now, where sales prices have been much higher than traditional.
Right. This is just a 1-year change since it was brought to 100%. So that just kind of shows you what kind of astronomically high prices are going on right now compared to last year. They are getting a little all over the place too, as our coefficient of dispersion increases there. That just means our grouping of the assessments, as you know, trying to get them in a tight cluster as opposed to being all over the place compared to their sale price. But yeah, it's on the assessing page and available for anybody to use it. We do get sales in daily. It'll take the registry 2 or 3 days before they send it to us, but then they go in that day or the next day, and it gets uploaded to this database pretty quickly.
That's pretty cool tool.
And this, you said this is linked directly to the database that you, like the assessing software that you use.
Correct. It pulls from the assessing software that we use in the office. This is, I don't edit it. I don't adjust the sales numbers to make it look nicer. It's all just raw data coming through.
But this that we're seeing, this is something you designed.
Yes.
That's an important point.
Yeah.
That's not the software produces. This is something we built.
This was a fun little bit of learning a programming language and putting this together.
Yeah, that's neat.
So would you use this information to inform your assessment?
If I were to take this second step forward, I would make it so it would say what neighborhoods and what styles of properties, what subsets of the town need to be more closely looked at and more researched in order to get a better assessment on there.
Would the Department of Revenue be concerned that the ratio is 85% there? When the whole concept of 100% valuation of a town to have fair taxation. I mean, I'm just throwing that question out. I don't know.
So the assessments are from January 1st, 2020. That's when those are dated to. So when they update to January 1st, 2021, it'll come forward a lot and reflect what's actually happening in the market closer to what we're seeing now.
And does that happen once DOR like approves the valuations?
Correct, and that'll happen before the tax rate.
But if prices continue to inflate at the current rate, you're always chasing the tail. There's never.
You're never ever going to have like 100% ratio for a whole year. market's always dynamic and you're always adjusting here and there. And this past year is just the market was very, very active. And so it's going to be interesting to see what the numbers come out to afterwards, after we do our study.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, nice piece of work, Rich.
Thank you.
Thank
That's great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We didn't leave anyone waiting in the waiting room while we were at it. I was hoping while the screen share was up, we didn't have 5 new people trying to log in. All right.
Okay, so we're, first item, regular business, back to that is special permit, or special event permits for 4 different dates for the Niobe Hunt Club.
These are recommended for approval. They've been through the staff reviews and they always, Riding and Driving Club knows exactly what they're doing. So just,
I make a motion to approve the special permits for the Fox Hunt on the 5th and the 26th of October, the 30th of October, and November 2nd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Discussions?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing, that they're using the Open Space Committee logo on this, which is
Oh.
a defunct website. I just think it may convey Open Space Committee supported this, which may or may not be true.
okay, I will check on that because I do know that, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And that's that old website. Yeah. I don't actually know if they did this or it's possible Annie did this, because one thing that, she tries to put together a package so you know what's proposed. Very often, she just told me last week that Riding Driving Club doesn't always put in a map. So sometimes she takes the prior year's map and updates the date just so everyone knows what's being talked about. But that's a good catch. We did, John Dodge and I about a year or two ago purged. We tried to purge all references to that old website. So I'll make a note of that.
That's good note.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we have a request for a fee waiver for the use of the town hall, or, the town hall, actual town hall, close to annex, more than 6 times a year by Pentucket Early Intervention. And believe that there have already been 4 uses so far this year. There is a policy that the limitation on 6 no charge uses or no fee uses for a nonprofit per year. And obviously the request here exceeds that, but that's what we're here to talk about.
We do have a representative. So if you wouldn't mind, just get closer to that mic. You can either sit or just even in the front row, it'll still pick you up.
Okay. Hi, so my name is Heather Brickman. I'm the new director at Kentucky Early Intervention as of a week ago. So this is all new to me.
So Linda Schaefer just retired.
Linda Schaefer just retired, yes. Yeah, we had her party actually at the annex last Wednesday. So that was one of our uses.
Great.
Yeah, so, but I know that I've been told there were some questions or just one. Do you want me to just kind of explain the reasoning behind the request?
Sure, please.
So we have 4 teams in our program. Each consists of about 15, probably right now about 10 to 15 people. And historically, those teams have met weekly in person as part of our regular process. We've been meeting by telehealth almost primarily since COVID began back in March. And we are now back to doing in-person services. We're just trying to do more in-person things. We're also finding that just for staff morale, that kind of those in-person meetings are really important. And we do not, we're at 320 Main Street And we just don't have a space in our building that is large enough to have a meeting of 10 to 15 people and still have them be kind of distanced and safe and COVID. Two of our teams, we have a space that we've been able to use at the Presbyterian Church in Haverhill, and they're more Haverhill-based teams, and so they're able to meet there. But two of our teams are based more at Georgetown, Seacoast, and it's just too far for them to go all the way to Haverhill for a meeting and then go back to see families in those areas. And so just due to the fact that COVID does not seem to be going away as we had hoped right now, we're just looking for a space where the teams can meet in person and have that opportunity to kind of be together, interact, you know, on a regular basis. So that's what led to the request.
So typically the team of, you said 10 to 15 people?
Yeah, we've lost a lot of people.
Yeah,
over
yeah.
COVID. So it used to be 15 to 20, now they're more 10 to 15.
Okay, and historically you've been able to meet in the space that you've had
Yes.
pre-COVID.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
small.
Okay.
It was a cozy meeting at that point, so,
Okay.
yeah.
One of the concerns that, or one of the thoughts, questions that was asked, I think Wendy, you had wondered if it was possible that, you know, you have both Wednesday and Thursday meetings. So every time there's a meeting day, the town cleans the building, and during the heating season, that's obviously a very large building that normally is at sort of life support temperature, so nothing freezes up.
Right.
But then, you know, significant use of energy and expense,
Mhm.
the building is brought up to temperature to make it usable once we get into heating season. And then goes cold, and then if it's again has to be brought back up the next day, it goes through a cycle. So it was a question, of, you know, would it be possible to have meetings, both meetings on the same day?
On the same day. I could definitely see if one of the teams would be willing to switch. It's one of those schedules are carefully choreographed with assessments and a variety of things, so that's something we can look into doing.
So one team would be meeting on Wednesdays and the other team is on Thursdays.
Right.
I know it's something-
That typically, that's how it goes. Yeah, those dates.
And these are teams that are based out of your headquarters? on Main
Yes,
Street?
yeah, everyone's, but we do home visiting, and so people are out and about most of the time.
Yeah, I think if you could make that work, that would address, because I think Wayne said it was $75 just to heat the building for
No,
one
that makes
meeting.
a lot of
So
sense. Yeah,
it's a significant expense for the town.
no, that makes a lot of sense. So if we just kind of made it either all on Wednesday or all on Thursday.
That would be a big help.
Yeah,
And so do you perceive that this is a temporary arrangement, assuming?
Yes,
COVID leaves
I
us?
hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're actually, we're working on working to see if we can get rid of some things in our office and rearrange some space. So hopefully eventually we will be able to at least have a meeting of 10 to 15 people there safely. It's just right now. we can't.
yeah.
But we are working towards that.
Well, I think well, you just had it September 1st and September
Yeah.
second, you just had it, and so it really doesn't come up for another 4 weeks essentially.
Yeah.
For the next meeting. And I mean, I know human services are underfunded. And so, you know, if you can save $50 here, $100 there, it makes a difference.
Right.
And how many organizations are there that are actually based in West Newbury? So, you know, personally, I see a reason to be supportive of that as much as we can. Yeah, if, you know, when do you think you'd be able to get feedback about the availability?
I mean, I can start looking into it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and it's just a matter of how if people can shift their schedules, so I can definitely start looking into it and see what we can figure out.
For our thinking, even longer time on one day is way better than two short
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
days.
Yeah,
Because that way, you know, cleaning staff only have, or, you know, staff that cleans the building only has to go there once, and the building only has to be brought up to temperature once.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Which, I mean, right now, the temperature, heating is an issue, but, you know,
It's a very large, old building in, yeah.
Well, given that this is a temporary arrangement, could facilities be made available in this building that, to heat that old building up for, I don't know if that's an option, maybe the second floor hearing room or.
It's, you know, I haven't checked these specific times, but, you know, Annie, who I know has been your point of contact, we do all the calendars, you know, through a shared calendar. If the meeting
Yeah, I
room
know
is
we've tried to
open,
Stay away from non-town use.
that's true. With COVID, we have,
But-
that's true.
For the annex.
Yeah, or the annex. I mean, there's more programming there with
Right.
Council on Aging, but I don't know that these are, I don't know if these are booked or not, but if they're not, it would be a lot, it's definitely easier.
so is the second floor, you know, given the spacing, it sounds like people are comfortable with at this point, is the second floor hearing room big enough for 15 people?
It's about the size of this room.
It's a little bit smaller, isn't it?
I don't know.
Say it's about the same.
Yeah, I think it's. If you're using 3 feet.
Yeah, I mean, how everyone would be masked.
Yeah.
And I think we had initially requested the town hall just because we thought it wouldn't be used as much, so it might not
Yeah.
cause conflicts, but I think it's we're happy to use any space.
Yeah, Angus, how often do you think there are meetings in the upstairs conference, in the second floor conference room?
You know, I could tell you exactly on
Try
that.
to
Yeah.
eliminate them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
If
it's
this
not,
wasn't a temporary thing, I would suggest it.
yeah, it's usually not being used. The upstairs hearing room is usually empty.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
were trying to not use this building for
right.
non-town functions
right,
for the moment at all. Yeah.
yeah.
Because of COVID or just.
That was the thought.
Well, I think there were also some instances where there were meetings that were taking place in this building that were using space that
Precluded, yeah.
that people doing town business had planned on using, and I think some number of times, you know, meetings, you know, town-related meetings, that had been planned were able to take place because somebody walked into a room, discovered that it was occupied.
Yeah, I would guess during the day, that's not such an issue.
That's, yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
But it
so
was,
what,
Wendy, it was just
I remember the
people
discussion.
coming in and out,
Mhm.
period, with COVID and stuff.
Right, but you could take the elevator up, and then we need to meet to come to this part of the building. It's an option, perhaps if you check into combining dates and we look into whether that we have another space that you could use, that might be a good way to approach it.
But what's wrong with the annex is all.
It's just, that's a large space too, right?
Yeah, well, that's.
But it already
Yeah, I think
is.
that's kept up. I mean, there may be some cycling in temperature, but it's not like the, not like
Yeah,
the.
well,
town hall.
even that would be better.
Yeah. Plus there's no, with the annex, there isn't a problem with parking. Which is the town hall can be. So I guess we should ask Annie what scheduling looks like for the annex. Is that,
Yeah,
Seems
do
like-
you have-
Yes.
I know it's on Christine's computer. Do you have it on yours too? The meeting room calendar? Oh, okay.
And the only thing is that is we had also sort of, at the moment, charging like one per day.
right, right.
So I'd have to check with council meetings. for the dues.
Well, it depends on what day.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that might partly drive what was the better day,
Right,
whether
I
it's
was just
Wednesday or
thinking,
Thursday.
yeah.
So. Yes, you know, we can check on this end and then. Should Angus, it's probably best that you communicate with Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk to her in the morning, and if the spaces are available, you know, I think if there's I don't know how every staff person feels about, people coming and going. I do know that is a concern for some.
See,
But-
that's what I was.
Yeah, but other than that factor, that I think the hearing room is better, because one of the logistical issues that people don't think about, but is the giving of keys with the annex, because, Annie's only here till 12:30, and so if you're returning it, it's just one more thing.
Yeah,
Whereas here, this building's unlocked, like you said, they come in at ground floor, take the elevator up, they're right there. It's not, and there's even a restroom on the ground floor, like you wouldn't even need to ever get into the, so.
you said there's a restroom.
Right outside the senior center.
Oh, right, okay.
So like you wouldn't even,
Okay.
people wouldn't even need to go into the hallway, but the people do, people were masked like you are.
Right,
Um,
yeah, I mean,
This is Annie.
Oh, Annie.
Hi. I have the calendar up, and I can tell you who's where if you'd like to know.
So how do Wednesday mornings from 8 to 9:30 look?
Actually, Wednesday is the better day. Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday is taken with yoga, Zumba, and strength training, and the Cub Scouts. So Wednesday is a good day.
okay. And then, so then it would be more than 8 to 9:30, it would probably be basically 8 to noon or something like that. I mean, I don't want to speak for your scheduling, Heather, but sounds like the entire morning on Wednesday, which essentially the way that building's been used, we've been trying to keep it to one organization a day. Typically it's one meeting a day. In your case, it would be one organization,
Right.
2 meetings. But if that were to work,
We have shown a little flexibility there. Annie, remind me, what was it? Was it the garden club had, I think, Thursday evening things, and so I was asked, could that go forward? And I said, and I talked to, Wayne, and we thought I was gonna be okay. So we have shown a little flexibility on limiting to one per day. Just because.
That's right. Zumba was there, and you had the garden club come at night, which worked out great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zumba
No,
during
it's
the
up in
day.
the annex or the second floor here.
That was the annex, yeah.
Annie, those availabilities that you just mentioned, is that for the annex or the second floor hearing room?
This is the annex. The only thing I do have is a Cub Scout meeting on the 15th, which is a Wednesday. Every other Wednesday is open. Did you want me to check the second floor hearing room?
Yes, if you
Sure.
could, that's what we were thinking would be better.
So I don't have anything during the day for the second floor hearing room, just night meetings. This was for morning?
Yeah, when you
yeah.
say morning or, I mean, they wouldn't even have to combine meetings if the space is available.
Yeah, it's open in the morning.
well, then it comes down to cleaning. How is, what's the protocol for cleaning? And, so does John have to clean any meeting space after it's, I mean, this will be a test case, because there haven't been any public meetings, I don't think, and based on what we're saying in this building up to this point. So,
I just wanted to, you're
I know.
changing the thing,
Yeah.
you want to do that. Because then other people are gonna say they want to use the upstairs room. I'm just, you have to think about that.
Yep, but this is a temporary situation.
But everyone will say that.
Well, we'll have to deal with it. I think this is better for the town, instead of using a facility that is sensitive.
well, certainly better than using the town hall, but the annex is already, I think that's maintained at a usable temperature all the time. I don't know how the setbacks, you should know that, but I don't know how setbacks.
We have a training room that isn't used hardly ever in the daytime,
How big is it? Oh, the one,
the police,
yeah.
just to throw it out there.
How do you see any operational concerns with making that available?
Come in the front of the bathroom off the lobby.
Those early education people.
They get rowdy.
Only issue would be parking. You'd have to park out back and walk over.
Yeah, there are what, half a dozen or 8 public parking spaces in the front, but
Yeah,
They-
they couldn't park.
yeah, right.
It sounds like there's any number of options and it doesn't need to be the same every week. The request is only before the board for the fee waiver, the approval of the space that doesn't,
Yeah.
go to the board anymore. It's just the fee waiver. So if the board, was content, maybe not through June, maybe through December initially, and we see how it goes.
Yeah.
To waive the fees, and then I could work with Annie and maybe with the chief and to figure out what spaces work best.
Yeah, I guess I'd be inclined to do it just through this basically goes through the end of the fiscal year.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
I mean, so we don't have to go through this
Yep.
again.
Yep.
Because it seems very unlikely that we're gonna be done with this, with COVID
That's right.
at the end of the year.
That's for sure, yeah.
So,
Yeah, and if we can get our space, over the next few months, so that we would definitely
Yeah.
shift to using that
Yeah.
as soon as we are.
yeah, I'm sure it's probably more pleasant than having to come.
Mhm.
Use the space here. But, yeah, okay, so,
So I would just say if we're gonna waive the fee, then I think using those should not be the options or the.
I'm fine with that. Because we have other options.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, we have
Just let Angus and.
the annex, the conference room, the public safety, or potentially, I think I agree with Archie, the least favorable is the upstairs conference room here.
Right, so I move that we waive the fee and 6 meeting limitation for Kentucky early intervention for the rest of the fiscal year.
Second.
Do we want to continue because of the cleaning issue? Do we want to continue to Heather to, see if she can hold meetings into one day?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I guess that's part of the motion. Can I make that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Great, okay.
And if they aren't able to do that, we could maybe just have like a Wednesday meeting and we'll figure out some, well, that'll be something at least. So there'll be one day a week or a morning a week.
What's the limitation on people in the annex now?
That I'm not sure.
Um,
I think Paul roughed that out at one point, but I don't remember what
Well,
the number was. It's well more than 15, that's for sure.
Okay, it's probably not practical for you though, for your entire staff to be in one space.
No,
'Cause
it's
they're not a
more to
team.
keep the
You're-
different teams.
yeah,
schedules,
yeah,
that's the
okay.
issue with them.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
numbers,
Right.
so.
okay, all right, so all in favor?
Aye. Thank you for.
Thank
coming
you
in.
so much. I really
Thanks.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
The next item on the agenda is, I believe, a routine but important, which would be a request for the board to elect to remain a single precinct for purposes of voting under Mass General Law, Chapter 54, Section 6.
Is this an annual?
You want to speak to that, Jim?
So this is due to the census that just came out, including the fact that there was the map as well as the lot data provided by the state. Town grew to 4,500, up from, I believe it was around 4,002.
Yeah.
So the data has the increase. The map didn't change because we're ideally only staying one precinct. If we didn't vote this through, we would have to actually split into 2 precincts because 4,000 is the limit on a precinct, but there is a waiver available from the state up to a town for 6,500.
Okay.
Oh, that's why, so, okay.
So we do have to do this every time there's a census?
Every time there's a census,
Okay.
and we're about 4,000.
Essentially every 10 years. Assuming, you know.
Or if we get to 6,500.
Yeah.
Right.
So is 4,500, is that that seems like a round
On
number.
the money, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know, if that is 100% accurate, that is the number the state provided us as our, town's population. It's very precise.
Yeah.
So either.
It's a lot of random numbers all adding up to
numbers.
4,500.
Statistically, we hit one of the,
Yeah.
the money shot as it were.
But this is just as good a chance that it would be 4,503.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the official census data.
Yeah, that's okay.
So
It's
we
a
have
round
internal
number.
data, right?
We have internal data, but it's inaccurate in the sense of ours is all voluntary.
Yeah,
So every time we send out our street listing every single year, which we'll be doing again in January, it just depends on who voluntarily sends it back to us.
yeah, I'm just wondering how close that was. but we won't know till
It's
January.
lower.
Yeah.
Also because our data is mostly based off of registered voters. If you don't report a child on your census, then we don't have that data at all.
Okay. Interesting.
It is interesting.
So just so I have the appropriate motion for everyone here, the state wants a vote to accept the map, the block data report, legal description of the town, and to remain one precinct.
Like you said, I make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
All right,
Aye.
Thank you very much.
that was
Thank
easy,
you.
right?
Who was, I'm sorry, who was the motion in the second?
Jim.
I make a motion.
Okay.
I was taking it seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have the paperwork here as well. So before you all leave, I want to make sure I get it all received.
Okay, sure.
Are precincts the same size in, say, Illinois or something, or nationwide, you know, when you see elections, they always talk about such and such a precinct. So is a precinct in Illinois the same size as it is in Massachusetts?
No, a precinct in Methuen is not the same size as it is in West Newbury, for example, or Haverhill or Lawrence. Each individual town and city determines their size. So the best example is the city of Lawrence has 24 precincts, but 6 wards. So those wards are broken up into 4 precincts each. Methuen, on the other hand, has 3 wards, but they're broken up into 4 each. But Methuen's population is big enough that they could be smaller precincts if they want to. So it just depends. The limit is 4,000 for a precinct. in the state of Massachusetts, and so you can divvy it up to however you want. Haverhill has 21, even though its population is significantly similar to that of Methuen's, but much less than ours. Things like that.
We won't even talk about taxes.
I could go on for days. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Okay. All right, so Leanne, please, discussion of emergency management roles and responsibilities in the event of declared emergency. Hi.
Welcome to the
Thank
Board
you
of
very
Selectmen.
Select board.
Select Board, that's right, I did write my letter to the Honorable Select Board now, congratulations. So I'm here because I guess a discussion came up at one of your meetings. And here I sent you some basic overview. Do you have any specific questions you want me to answer?
I think, Wendy, was it you that brought up the original question? I know what my question would be, which is essentially, if there is an emergency, what is the role of the select board? What, you know,
Well,
what,
you particularly, as the chairman,
Yeah.
have the largest role.
okay,
And you are the liaison, you ultimately make decisions. The emergency management works, agency director works with you, reports to you, advises you on, let's say, an evacuation should be called for. And then I work as the emergency management director with the police chief and the fire chief, coordinating the responses as needed. Now, that sounds huge. Let's remember we're a small town, so there's not that many disasters or emergencies that happen. A lot of my role in a town this size is paperwork after the fact and doing the FEMA filings after a declaration of a disaster. If we had been impacted by the floods last week, as we've seen in New Jersey, we would be documenting that, collecting the paperwork from the different department heads and doing a whole behind the scenes job. And then 6 months, 9 months later, you get, you hear at a board meeting usually, oh, we're getting X amount of dollars returned or reimbursed from the federal declaration. So even in the wonderful pandemic, I've been busy this year with paperwork for reimbursements through FEMA's declaration for the pandemic, outside of what the Board of Health and Health Department has and some other, like the CARES Act. I'm sure you've heard Angus say many times over the last year as well. So there's a FEMA declaration as well. Now, I know that you had asked about how did we get these descriptors with our names, and many boards ago, there was a selectman, I believe, that was a chairman, and then they weren't a chairman anymore, and they still wanted to be aware of everything that was going on. It used to be that I would just send an email, the situation awareness, different things like that to the chairman of the board. And then in the last few years, we've gotten the town manager and the chairman and the other selectmen have also been included in distribution lists of information on upcoming storms and preparedness and different things like that. Those notices sometimes you might get from another state agency as well, or a subscriber list you're involved in. I think the police chief and the fire chief sometimes get them from other people as well, but we always communicate together.
We also get it from National Grid.
And National
Right, I
Grid,
assume-
yeah,
I
we,
assume-
yeah, and we, a few years ago, were asked to add the selectmen individually to the list as well as the chairman. So basically, long story short, I'm your liaison for emergencies that are occurring in the town, and working with the police and fire, and then also reporting to the town manager now and the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. So if we had a situation where we had to activate the Emergency Operations Center that's on the second floor of the public safety complex, and we would have department heads that were required or involved in that, staged there and working out of there, having the chairman or the town manager act as a public information officer, or having a assigned public information officer, and making decisions and information running out of there. Does that make sense? For the different titles that you've seen the last few years in the town report. So we have a whole nother component that we do for the emergency planning zone, the radiological emergency plan response guide for Seabrook Station, the nuclear power plant. And we have to demonstrate and drill and exercise. We have the graded exercise every 2 years, but it's an ongoing rolling thing that we do. And so volunteers that are appointed to emergency management and certain town departments or chairman of the Board of Selectmen are assigned roles should we have a nuclear event that we have to staff and follow our response. Now, the last 8 years, maybe, Dick Cushing has volunteered and always played the role for the selectmen. So the chairman has not normally had to leave his day job. Dick Cushing is on the EMA and been involved in the drills for as long as I've been involved in, or the exercises as we're supposed to call them now. And he always volunteers to play the municipal role, as he was a municipal player for years. So in the last few years, we have reached out to the chairman of the Board of Selectmen when there's an exercise going on. We update them kind of what's going on with the exercise, make them aware that we'll call them back if we need their help, and that Dick Cushing will be acting in their role.
Leanne's very helpful. She tells you exactly what to do, so you don't have to worry.
Right. Yeah, well, it's funny, I mean, the only time I recall being reached out to was when there was a training relative to Seabrook. I think it was over in Seabrook, back within the last year.
Okay.
And, I was not able to attend, but I don't know if, I don't recall when it was. I don't think I was chair at that point. You were probably chair at that point.
Yeah,
Yeah, and also, Paul Savigny Board of Health has certain exercises that you'll get an email or a phone call saying, are you available? This is an exercise.
Yeah.
If this was a real event, would you be able to respond and different things like that? The pandemic changed our exercise year dramatically. And two of the exercises, the graded exercise was postponed, and then eventually we did it virtually, just myself and the radiological officers, the Davies, Rick and Carol Davies, met me with MEMA, and we demonstrated virtually that we knew how to open the EOC and disperse the radiological equipment and things like that. This now we're going into a graded exercise year again. The first one is going to be in December. That's practice, and then there's another practice in the winter, and then the final graded exercise in the spring. And you will be invited to attend the training that will be happening in the fall for that, if you're interested in learning more about the nuclear preparedness end of it. And I don't have the plan in front of me, but I can try to answer any questions that you have.
I think this came up when we were doing committee assignments, and I noticed that I was part of the emergency response committee, and I said to them, well, what does that mean? They couldn't answer me.
Yeah, just like anything else with the town, we have a whole heck of a responsibility to help make decisions if something goes awry. And why, how or why the radiological emergency response designations, like the radiological officer, the traffic coordinator, different things like that, ended up in the town report. It was before Angus, it was in between, maybe when Chris was leaving and somebody else, and they did it, and I just said, whatever, you know, doesn't matter, that's
It's been there a long time.
that is what they're assigned to, but they don't have to be there, and that doesn't mean that's their only function that they do with emergency management.
Yeah.
The Apple Harvest Road Race will help staff the traffic control points along with the police and fire department, and use that as an exercise to test our Seabrook Station radios, because they never really get used. So we take them out into the field and use them, and combine helping the traffic control with testing our radios.
And Leanne and her team were totally invaluable with the bicentennial, and particularly the large field day. I mean, a number of events, but the field day, we absolutely relied on the crowd control, the traffic. That crowd control is probably overstating, but traffic management and directing, and the vests and this, you know, radios. And I mean, it was an enormous resource to be able to activate, because on any given day, we don't need that kind of manpower, but certainly that day we did. So
Yeah, the kind of.
maybe because she wasn't involved, it was not an emergency because she was involved. If she hadn't have been, it would have been an emergency.
Thank you. And then Wendy, I'll give you the heads up that because you end up on the email distributions and things like that, and you're on the list of appointees, both Rick and Archie volunteered and helped with traffic control and parking at the clinics for vaccinations that were up at the Page School. And it was maybe 10 degrees out. It was pretty cold, at least
One day
on one of them with the wind up there. So you can also volunteer to help with things like that as time allows as well.
Great.
Great, well, thanks, Leanne. There's a little bit.
So you'll be in touch with us from the training?
Yes, I will be in touch with the radiological emergency response training, and I also have been remiss in telling you about some NIMS, National Incident Management System training that you do online. That's a requirement for federal funding and things like that, which I will get to you in the next couple of weeks as well.
So that's a requirement for the town's funding for and how many people the town have to attend?
It's online training now,
Yeah,
and the public safety personnel all have to be trained in the incident command system. And then there's a couple different ones that are recommended for people involved with finance and different things like that.
Okay,
It's not heavy lifting.
yeah, okay.
But I have been remiss because that does fall under my responsibility to at least tell department heads to do it.
One other thing that's on our radar, and I've more been talking with Leah, but I remembered in corresponding with Leanne leading up to this, that I hadn't really talked with her too much about it. But the hazard mitigation plan is coming up, for expiration at the end of this fiscal year. So I've been talking to MVPC for a couple of months about that, and they've applied for a state grant. If they get the grant, they could update it regionally, which would be a big plus, because we could get it updated we would have control over the substance, but we wouldn't have to do all the heavy lifting. If they don't get that grant, we're going to need to get that hazard mitigation plan updated, and that is a requirement to be eligible for federal post-disaster recovery funding if there's an event. So it's very important.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
And the other thing with that is a lot of times there is mitigation funding available through different resources that it is available for the town. The last few times we've talked about it, there has the big mitigation project would be somehow to fix River Road in from flooding. And and taking land by eminent domain and things like that really isn't a conversation I think any of us are going to be having. But that is one of our biggest areas that when we have natural disasters such as flooding, especially following a winter with a lot of snowstorms. I think most of you, or if not all of you, lived in town back in the early 2000s. I mean, we had several 100-year floods in a row where we had to close River Road, debris was in the roadway, different things like that. So that's one of the areas. I know a lot of the smaller areas in town over the last 10 years have been addressed and shall we say mitigated.
Yeah, well, you might be interested to know, I mean, we are driven primarily by the Climate Change Resiliency Committee, are beginning to look at River Road and trying to understand the long-term risk there is to the road. So we're at the very beginning of that process, and it's hard to say where it's going to go or how long it's going to take, but there clearly is a risk there.
Absolutely.
We need to understand what it is and figure out how to mitigate it.
Absolutely.
And then figure out how to fund mitigation.
Hopefully we'll start with the grant over here.
Yes, maybe we could invite me into the sidewalk.
Yeah, that.
We're having a site walk this coming Monday morning with Jeff. Do you want to tell her a little bit about Jeff and his background?
Sure. Yeah, well, yeah, there's a sidewalk plan for this coming Monday, 9 to 12 on River Road. Jeff Wilson he's actually a sort of a professional acquaintance of somebody who lives here in town, who works at the wildlife refuge, part of the National Wildlife Refuge, and has been involved with him in assessing flood risk in other areas, sometimes not impacting human systems, but impacting natural systems. But this particular person has very good understanding of, of how water moves besides just downhill, how erosion occurs, and what flood risks are. So he's going to be here, and there are perhaps have 6 or 8 people lined up.
Yeah, we got Wayne and Sam Jocelyn and Leah will be there as well.
Yeah, yeah. So, but yeah. if
It's
you-
very preliminary. I mean, it's a very, like Rick said, it's just kind of the very beginning of a process, so.
It's just to go out, we did something this last spring with them, a group of people on the Climate Change Resiliency Committee. And he really kind of opened our eyes to some specific areas, well, this is probably what's happening here. And this might be the risk. And, some of it is obvious, some of it's less obvious. And we can always point to the example directly across the river in Merrimack, where they lost a section of road about 10 years ago, and that road eventually was abandoned. It's no longer, River Road no longer goes along the
Right.
river. Now you go up Skunk Road and, and to
Yep.
Ainsworth or whatever that is.
Middle Road and Skunk
Middle
Road, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that, we have sections of riverfront, river bank that probably are at a very similar risk. And we try to understand that and then figure out, is there a way for us to mitigate it?
So I'll try to adjust my schedule and be there 9 to 12.
Yeah, if you.
Are
if
you
can.
meeting on site or here?
On site.
Okay,
Actually, we haven't really defined exactly where.
Probably here.
But yeah, Nancy, that's right. We may meet here because, that's a good
it's
question.
a long on site. I have to know.
Yeah.
weekend.
Once I get the detail,
Yeah,
I'll send
the
it
other thing
your way.
is we're gonna try to carpool simply so, to some extent at least. I mean, maybe not everybody will want to carpool,
Yeah.
but where we can, just so we don't have so many cars carpool on the river.
Okay, so I will coordinate with
Yeah.
you and let you know and go from there and
Okay.
figure out where the meeting point is if I can in
Great.
fact adjust my schedule.
Great,
which hopefully
good.
I can.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to close the warrant, finalize date and time for the full special town meeting or not. We do want to finalize the date and time. And I guess the question is tonight to close the warrant.
Yeah, and it all depends, obviously, most of what you have in front of you, hopefully wasn't new, but there were a couple of brand new things in there that you wouldn't have, heard about, because I only heard about them in the last week. So yeah, whether you want to close tonight or not, I think it would be good. But, we do, anyhow, it's up to you. But we definitely.
You know of that you're waiting for information or it's unclear yet?
Yeah, there's a couple that, would need, we got some information today. And I'm referring, Casey, this is the packet the supplemental packet and we had a great meeting today. Casey was in for almost 2 hours with Jim and Christine, and we talked through town meeting, and it was very good meeting. But yeah, like the matching funds for green communities is definitely in flux, but we know Rick, I think, knows what he's hoping for there. The floodplain bylaw is in great shape. The stormwater bylaw, we're really working on, but we're not there yet. I'd like to keep it on the warrant. And it doesn't necessarily need to go to FinCom review, so there's a little more breathing room there.
Don't we have to do it this fall?
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's not like the feds are gonna, yes, we are supposed to. We were supposed to.
Parachuted and arrest us all.
Let's hope not. Transferring free cash at number 3, I always recommend we keep that on as a placeholder. You can always pass over it at town meeting, but once we have a better handle on assessed values and budget and estimated tax rate, it's, prior boards have always liked having the option to transfer free cash if the tax rate isn't quite where you want it. But we don't have a number, and we're not going to have one, like this week. It takes a little while. We got free cash certified today, which is huge kudos to Stephanie. We're months earlier than normal. It's a huge amount of work to get that done. Couple of the things, as you see, are capital items. So those would need to go through capital committee. That would be the water department truck, the water department boom crane, and potentially DPW backhoe.
So, Angus, the Wood Lake, I don't understand item E. It said you wanted to do it, then you didn't want to do it, then you do want to do it, like, what do you want to do?
Well, as of 2 weeks ago, I was recommending against it because I hadn't yet gotten, Mike Goutet's been telling me for months about the engineering for the water main replacement. So that's been on all of our radar
No,
for
no,
months.
what I didn't
But the
ask
other
about
two, well, but the other two came in, I didn't know they were coming until I got them. And so when I got them and I met with Mike and I said, well, if we have to reactivate capital in September anyway, why not put the backhoe? Like my reason for tabling it or recommending we table it is it's just a lot of, it's more meetings, it's more everything, you know. But now I have to do that anyway. So if I have to do that anyway, and we do need the backhoe and the lead time is upwards of 10 months or more. So if we want it for next winter, you know.
What do you mean? Next winter?
No, like next winter.
Well, 10 months, it's, the winter's gone.
It would be tight. Yeah, I mean, the point is if we wait till spring.
The winter is coming in 3 months.
No, next winter, like next winter of starting in,
That's what I said,
that's,
next winter.
yes, next winter. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we had to reactivate capital committee and all that entails just for the backhoe, I was saying, let's Band-Aid it. But now that I know we have to anyway for the water department request, which I had not been aware those were coming, that's when I kind of said, you know, because it is important and it is an important piece of equipment. And, you know, I know it would, but it's up to you guys if you want to put it on or not. But we're going to have to go to capital anyway. So we're going to have to go to those meetings and.
Just to play devil's advocate, does I've been on the capital improvements committee for not recently, but quite a while. And are we actually, by the bylaws, supposed to do that for water department purchases?
You've touched on a really big issue. I raised this, were you on the capital last winter?
No.
Okay. Because I brought this very issue forward. Because the bylaw doesn't specify. And it doesn't say it's just for stabilization funds. And so at that time, the capital improvement kind of ranking was or whatever the litmus test was including proposed expenditures from water free cash. So I raised the question, why is water free cash going through the capital process? A literal reading of the bylaw is that anything that's over 20,000 with 5-year useful life or requires borrowing goes to capital. That's what the bylaw says. That's not, I hear different things from different people. I gather it's not necessarily been read consistently over the years, but that is what the bylaw says. So I had brought to the capital committee last January a suggestion of how about we clarify this and say that the capital committee is involved with stabilization expenditures and not every free cash. And there was big pushback and people wanted more review, not less. So I kind of.
No, but my point, not being that, but that if it's stabilization versus how you pay for it, but more, well, that's their money. It isn't the town's money.
That's right.
It's the water department's money.
Mhm.
So how are we telling them what to do? And it gets ranked sort of.
In the same.
The water department thing is ranked 4th out of 7 things, but they're in the National League and we're in the American League. It doesn't, you're actually not even in the same league.
When we met earlier, I raised with Casey this exact point. I think it's a problem, you know, that it's all blended in and it makes it seem like it's relatively more or less important when it's a totally different pool of money. It's not competing against.
We're buying water.
It's not competing for the same fund.
Exactly.
For years, they were buying the new water meters and that, self-report. And so every year we have to is the water meters more valuable than fixing the street? But that doesn't really matter.
Right.
So which
Well-
bylaw are you referencing?
The Capital Improvement Committee bylaw. Yeah, basically, part of the issue, and Joe Anderson raised this when back when he was on the board. The Town Manager Act actually vests in my office the responsibility for capital planning. But the Capital Improvement Committee bylaw was never amended. So you've now got this kind of like, because Wayne and I have put in hundreds of hours of work and produced a capital program. But the capital committee process is still as it has been outlined in that bylaw for however many years. So there are some like just oddities in the process, and one of them is this.
You were a little before this, but we did, to streamline things, try to actually eliminate the capital improvements committee, and that at town meeting, and the voters would have none of that.
Yeah. I mean,
And we tried to say, this is redundant, we don't need to do this, and everyone voted to keep it. It wasn't even close.
right. It's,
What would prevent us from, I mean, it's.
I should have brought this
it's-
up. by the way.
No,
Sorry.
it's fine. It's so
No, it isn't.
It's so questionable whether or not, I mean, this does pertain to an article here. I mean, or to 3 articles potentially.
Mhm.
I think it's so clear that the water department expenditure should not be subject to the capital improvements committee. Discussion and hearing, it's a different set of funds. It's sort of a subunit of.
looks
town
like
government.
Casey's got a comment.
I think what we really need here is either, well, at the very least, a revision to the Capital Improvements Committee bylaw to specifically say that that the water department expenditures are exempted from that bylaw. Because it clearly, from listening to everything I've listened to today, it was not the intent to have the Capital Improvements Committee overseeing the water department. It just wasn't articulated correctly when the bylaw was put together. And people are always going to get up in arms about getting rid of something like the Capital Improvements Committee because they depend on them for another set of opinions and information. So, just keeping on saying we should just get rid of the Capital Improvements Committee is probably not going to get what you want. But I think that there's room here to tweak the bylaw, especially because since that bylaw was written and adopted, we have changed the form of the government, and we have a town manager now. And in the town manager's scope of work is that same work. So people will understand that distinction that has to be made, that, this bylaws are outdated and needs to be tweaked. And you can get what you want by just doing those 2 things, eliminating the water department from that bylaw and putting it in line with the town manager's responsibilities along those lines.
Is there not a path right now where we just, for the water department, where we just don't bring the capital improvements committee
Well,
into the process?
My
It's
concern.
not explicitly.
Yeah. I think we should, and I will say last year at this time, there was at that time, the plow truck was the 240 from DPW. It went to CIC. They met a single time in September. It was painless. It was an hour and a quarter. They recommended it, went forward. I do think we should do that because, and I explained to Mike Goutet last week, because he kind of, when I raised this, he was a little bit upset with me. And I said, Mike, I'm not trying to move the goalpost. What I'm trying to avoid is that we go through the process, and then in the 3rd week of September, someone says, hey, this needed to go to capital, and then we have like a week to deal with it instead of a month. Trust me, none of us, myself, Mike Goutet, Wayne, are looking for more meetings. We have a lot of work to do, as you know. But I don't want to get into it where we're 3/4 down the road and then someone says, hey, it says right here in the bylaw. And it does, the bylaw doesn't specify water, non-water stabilization, free cash. I think it should. I think it's messy. Maybe I'm the first one reading the bylaw literally, but I told Mike, I didn't make this up. This is what the bylaw says. So I think we should err on the side of caution, refer anything that looks like a capital item to capital. They would need to waive, the bylaw requires 4 months prior to a special town meeting that it has to have been submitted. Obviously, that's not possible. So they need to find that it was kind of extraordinary circumstances. Trust me, I wish we didn't have to, but I don't want to be the one having to defend why we didn't, because when you read the bylaw, it doesn't, and Mike told me that's not how it was always done. And I said, I don't know how it was always done.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do it by the book. And last winter, I did bring forward proposed amendments to the capital committee bylaw proactively because I saw a problem. And I was like, it was not well received.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
I
no,
just,
there.
yeah.
So it doesn't expressly say water department included, it just doesn't say that it's not.
Correct. It says any,
So to your point, Rick, I mean, just depends if we want.
Right. I mean, that's why it seems to me like it's an interpretation.
but at the same time, I think on the merits, my guess is they would favorably, all of these things are in the capital program for FY23 anyway. It's just trying to move it ahead because of different.
It always.
I think
has
they're
been,
gonna
so
favorably
we're not-
recommend
we're not
them.
Making work that didn't already exist. We're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking ahead, I'd love to streamline
Yeah.
the process. I think we need to, but for this cycle, I think I'd rather go to a meeting with the committee and hopefully get their support for the proposals than have someone potentially as late as the floor of town meeting stand up and say, this wasn't properly vetted. And no one's trying to cut corners here. It's just a matter of, trying to keep department heads time toward a lot of other work instead of extra meetings. But if we have to do extra meetings, that's
So, but one.
right. Yeah, I think if it's one, and last fall it was one meeting and it was painless and it was fine.
So hopefully we can round up the people that have the quorum for the meeting,
Yeah.
because we don't have a chair at this point.
Well, no, we still have a chair. He's expressed his intent to not be a chair, but until that committee reconvenes,
But
he doesn't want to be.
He'd introduced his replacement, so I think.
They got to convene to reorganize.
Yeah.
So what would be involved in bringing this bylaw change forward for any town meeting?
For the annual, I can share with the board and Rick saw, because he was on the committee, and it was, I told the committee, I drafted 15 minutes. It was a discussion starter. I think it was actually pretty good, but it wasn't like hours. Anyway, so yeah, we can get that into circulation. Joe had suggested that back in the fall of 2018, amending the capital bylaw.
The select board we appoint the members of the capital improvements committee, so we have the authority to tell the existing chair, you have to call a meeting, even though we would just say, we could make a motion now. You need to call a meeting in the next 2 weeks. We can say that.
Yeah, so I think if any of these items of numbered 6, 7, and/or 8 do appear on the warrant, then first, what I was going to do is tomorrow, send it to Nathan and the committee and say, these are items would, put to your committee for review and hopefully get a recommendation by the end of September so it can get into the FinCom booklet for.
Okay, I think that's fine. I mean, I'm fine with it. I just find we're in a funny situation where.
It's like proving negative.
Yeah, well, and the chair is essentially effectively resigned for his own reasons, has effectively resigned from the committee, and we're telling him, no, you have to call a meeting.
But then if he doesn't, then it's a problem.
Right. So
What are you gonna do?
I think
If you want to resign, you have to have a meeting and want to resign.
okay, I think we asked Nathan if we would call a meeting and at that point, obviously, there's reorganization that has to take place at the very beginning of that meeting, probably, and then business. So I guess one of the things you were concerned about is the spreadsheet, that voluminous spreadsheet that includes, all the capital items, out for 10 or 15 years.
Right.
and descriptions and updating that, which is a big task.
Mhm.
And not every single item needs to be updated, but every single item has to at least be noodled on a little bit, so. So does that?
I don't think it's gonna be. It's, I mean, that was one of the
Yeah, it seems to
concerns
me
I
we
raised
just
to
go with
Rick
what we
is,
have right now.
yeah,
and
it's,
not that much has changed.
no, it's not. And these,
Don't get into that.
well, but that was my concern about if we, and knowing that committee, I know if we reactivate the committee, they're gonna say, why isn't this updated? Well, because it's 60 hours of work and neither me nor Wayne have 60 hours to
It's
spend
like-
on it.
It's so much better than it was 5 years ago that. Forget it.
Yeah,
like-
it's a working document. It's always some,
It's
you know,
It's so much better.
yeah.
All right. Okay, so,
So do we want to vote on that?
yeah, I mean, I think we ought to, make a motion to ask the chair of the capital improvements committee to convene a meeting as early as possible.
No, you gotta.
No, I was gonna finish how I wanted to phrase that. Yeah, well, yeah, our next, I don't know.
I mean, I think you know, as long as it's timely for the FinCom booklet, like that's, you know, the bylaw requires that the capital improvement committee make a recommendation on any capital article. It says that they shall not fail to do so for anything timely submitted.
And report to us.
That's right, but in the annual, it gives a date certain by which they have to report. For the special, basically, it says articles have to have been submitted 4 months prior to the date of a special town meeting. And I don't know if anyone's ever enforced that, but it's in the bylaw, it's black and white. So they would need to, you know, waive that 4 months, which I think they would. Last fall they did. No one wants to be, you know, I think it is better.
Otherwise, it would be impossible. We had the last annual town meeting in June, so.
Yeah, no, I know, it's not.
June plus 4 wouldn't work.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, you know, it is better for everybody, that committee and for everybody to do this like once a year. That's your capital, that's your stabilization expenditures on the annual town meeting. And like I said in the email there, because you're also putting money into stabilization, not just taking it out. So it makes sense to do it at the annual, but it's these particular circumstances of the water department truck, which is old and is really failing, which, you know, Mike didn't know until the last 6 weeks or so. It just, I guess, is starting to fall apart. And then with the information Wayne's gotten about the lead time for the backhoe, you know, that's a real issue. He didn't, you know, and so.
So going back to the motion for it, so it looks like the committee met, there was some Thursdays, some Wednesdays, but most recently, there were last 3 or 4 meetings were on Wednesday, so by Wednesday, 22nd, or not, the 22nd, yeah, Wednesday the 22nd.
I mean, to me, I don't understand the need to specify, like, I'd say if you refer the articles for their review, and, you know, Nathan's obviously on the FinCom, he knows the production timeline for that booklet, so, you know, I don't see the need to specify like a deadline. You're referring
Well,
to.
the
It's
only
gotta
reason why
be
I'm saying
timely.
Wednesday is because that worked for the committee members
Yeah.
in the past. That was
Yeah.
the date that had historically worked for the most people.
But, you know, with Zoom meetings, you know, they could convene a daytime meeting if people's schedules accommodate. So,
Well, let's work from backwards then. When, you know, what would be the latest date that the FinCom could act that it would allow?
That would also have to come back. It's like,
Right.
you can't take, really?
I'm asking.
I don't know. I know with the annual, they need to provide their report. I think it's 6 weeks prior to town meeting. I don't think for the special it specifies. I think this, you know, ideally everyone is aligned in their recommendations, but I don't think that FinCom needs to wait for CIC for them to make a recommendation. I just think before town meeting votes CIC. Now, with that said, you do want the CIC recommendation in the FinCom booklet which has to be in voters' hands by October 8th. So I think the latest they could kind of realistically vote it would probably be right around the end of September, and that'd be cutting it close.
Yeah, so we meet on October 4th, I think, right? So September 20th and then October 4th will be the next, assuming we don't have a special meeting.
Mhm.
Yeah. So even that, if we need to weigh in, then even that's the date that I threw, September 22nd, doesn't work.
It would not work. If we're.
Well, but I don't think you need to wait for their recommendation to vote or recommend. It's just town meeting needs them to have recommended.
Okay, so actually then, as long as they met before the end of September, then for our October 4th meeting, we have their recommendation.
All right, that's your motion.
Yeah.
Do you want to
Yeah,
restate
so,
it?
that was a very long.
Okay, yeah, I move that we ask the chair of the Capital Improvements Committee to call a meeting before the end of September to address, to reorganize and to address three issues. And funding for an engineering study for infrastructure upgrade for the water department.
I don't know about the engineering. I'm looking at because that's not like a useful life of 5 years. I'm looking at the water truck, the boom crane, and the backhoe as the capital items. 6, 7, 8.
Okay,
That's also a gray area.
It is a gray area. But I don't
which
want
is greater.
Engineer.
The water is
Yeah,
gray.
yeah.
No, it's not, don't hear.
I see what you- So she on the well. Okay, so for the items listed in articles 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
Yeah, I did do a date by the end of September. All in favor? Any discussion now? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to the rest of it. So is there a reason to close the warrant tonight? Is there a reason not to close the warrant?
I think the reason not to close the warrant, or I'm sorry, the reason to close the warrant tonight is once you define what's on the table,
Yeah.
that is really what FinCom needs to know how many meetings they're going to need and to get that schedule started. So I did correspond with Gary today. We're going to talk in the morning, and based on what's on the warrant, that tells him what he needs to know for scheduling meetings.
Okay.
I will say, and Casey, I'm sure we'll make this point as well. 17 is a big number, and there are some things on here. As much as I think every one of these has merit. Some of these, if someone twisted my arm, I would have to acknowledge aren't emergency situations.
I would make a motion to close the warrant.
Okay, and leaving everything on here.
At the moment.
Those are the ones with question marks.
Oh, the second, those are really more for like a future cycle. It's up to the board if you pull those back in,
All right.
but I hadn't anticipated those coming back in.
We don't even have like any documentation or dollar figures or anything on any of those. Those are,
The Park and Rec Commission, MGL.
I think it's Casey and I, and with Jim and Christine, we talked today for a while. It's a really good, it needs to be addressed, but it's not, it's going to take some real thought.
Okay.
basically, to which of the statutory Park and Rec Commission responsibilities and authorities ours has. There's a lot to that, as you know. So we wouldn't want to be too hasty with that, but I think we should have it on for discussion for the spring.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
And then the harbor committee, say, I mean, it hasn't been determined in CPC yet whether.
No. No.
That was my question, if there's any that are, you're still waiting for information, I don't want to close the warrant. If you don't feel that.
No one's told me on any of those that there's anything more coming.
Okay.
Angus?
Yes.
The one thing that we also discussed today, and I don't have strong feelings about this, but the one on the Housing Trust Fund.
We did discuss this. Yes.
I do really believe that would be better done in the annual town meeting. I think it's too critical an issue right now, and it's sort of just been vetted about. So there's a lot of discussion going on in town. And Angus knew a lot about, some of the problems with housing trust funds and managing them and that kind of thing, which I don't think there's time for the whole scope of that idea to be really fleshed out in time for this meeting. I can understand why you want to strike while the iron's hot, because people are, interested in it and stuff like that. But it really isn't an emergency. And I feel that it needs to have more understanding. It's not just a slam dunk, this is obvious, we should do this, when you listen to all some of the problems that occur with it.
Jason, I was gonna ask whether that item can be to accept that section of Mass General Law with the intent that we then work out the details, or do we have to have the details all established at the time we vote the acceptance of this? I guess that's one. Which do we have to have all, like, in other words, do we have to have decide the membership of who's gonna, how many members we're going to have, who's gonna be on it, all that kind of stuff. We have to decide that beforehand, before we adopt this, or do we have, which comes first?
I think she suggested forming a committee to iron out all those details.
In terms of your question, though, we've done it both ways, Archie. We've done both on the same night. So we've had one article that accepted the MGL that allowed us to do whatever it was, and then another article that had details about what we were going to do. And we've done it that way. And we've also just accepted MGL and exactly what Wendy just said, just, all we did was accept the law so we can do this. And now we go to work and we figure out exactly what we want to do. That has always been somewhat confusing to the voters. The whole, when we say we're accepting this law, and then at the same time, we're doing all this stuff, and people get confused about, well, why do we have these two motions and whatever? And I don't think there's anything you can do about that. I think it's just a little bit confusing. Because people aren't really aware of the need for accepting all these laws. And in some cases, as Angus pointed out, we're doing things and never accepted the law. So we're sort of, in a bit of a limbo on some of them. So it does make sense to accept the law. And I suppose if whoever was speaking to this said exactly what you just said, that this is not making a trust. This is giving us the opportunity to do so if we want to, details to come later. Yeah, I think that would work. But I don't think that you have time to put together the details of the trust between
I
now
don't
and.
think we're ready to do the details, it's just
No.
too much, yeah.
So
Yeah.
would there be another article at the annual town meeting, Casey, with the?
Yeah,
details?
you just, or it doesn't, whenever you get it ready.
Yeah.
Well, and actually, just so, and we can clarify this, with legal counsel if we need to, but I think that once this is adopted, it's entirely this board's authority to set up the trust, sooner or later, as you wish. I do not think it goes back to town meeting. So I'm pretty sure about that. And that's where, we have this kind of companion article of putting some money into the trust. What I was going to do if we do go forward with these is recommend a transfer of some amount, but not the full amount in that fee in lieu, because we need that partly to get the technical support we're going to need to set up the trust. If we put it all in the trust, it's all locked up, and then we're right back where we were a year ago,
Right.
where we're sitting. So I wanted to leave some amount in that fee in
I mean,
lieu
that,
so that we can,
or that could just wait till,
yeah,
or it could just, the whole thing could wait, and the transfer makes me nervous until we have the exact.
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a really good
The
point.
voters may not like putting money into something that they don't even know what it is yet.
That's a really good point.
Well, and there's not,
I agree completely with that. I think the whole thing's best just left until you have more time to
I
figure out.
mean, the idea that, okay, we have the ability to create something, but we're not gonna put an endowment in something that we don't even know what it is yet.
right, now, yeah, and there's another reason why it makes sense to adopt the law first, and that's, we don't want to put a tremendous amount it's unlikely that it would get voted down, the funding would get voted down ultimately, but it would be a huge waste of time and effort for us to not know that we were going to get the law accepted and put all the effort into everything that follows on that.
That's a good point,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
Say that again, Rick, you
Well,
lost me.
Well, we accept the law or adopt the law.
Yeah.
And then do the work that follows that, instead of doing the work that follows that before we even know for certain. that we would-
Okay, good point, yeah.
I mean, I went through part of why I kind of got burned on this back when I was the town planner in Marshfield, because it was the first year the statute was adopted. We had a strong core of a housing partnership committee, and there was a strong core of people that wanted to get this done, and we brought it forward, and we were part of the first town meeting cycle in the state with this new statute. And there was so much concern by town meeting about the loss of control and the idea that this trust could expend money without appropriation, could hold and sell land without appropriation, without anyone else's approval. And unfortunately, it became very political, and so we watered it down a lot. And we proposed a trust that could only do certain things. It couldn't build new housing. It could only put deed restrictions on existing housing. It was very modest, and it still got shot down because it just got so political. I don't think that would happen in this town. I think the idea of opting into the statute, which I do, by the way, think is something this town should definitely do. It's just a matter of when. I think, opting into the statute and then working out the details, to me, I would be comfortable with that. Whether that's this fall or in the spring is up to you.
Yeah.
But you certainly, you don't want to vote to set up the trust a week after town meeting because there's a lot to be thought through.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I would, personally, I just say it's just accept the Massachusetts general law.
We do have some momentum now,
Yeah.
we have awareness, we have people,
Right.
and
But this is like the step one, and
Yep.
and it shows that we're at least thinking about it and going somewhere.
Yeah.
So we would strike 14 then?
I think that's what I heard.
would
Yeah.
do that.
I think that's a really good,
Strike 14.
yeah, that's a good.
One point, the motion is just to whether or not to close the article, the next one would be the review.
Oh, good point, Jim. Yeah.
We're kind of merging two items.
Yeah. Yeah, the motion on the floor is, well.
And it wasn't even seconded, right?
yeah,
Correct.
there's no second.
That was your lawn, like, 5-paragraph motion.
I think his motion's still going on, actually.
That motion was voted on. The motion by David was to vote to close the.
Okay, so we've had, I think we had a second, we had some discussion. We want to amend your motion.
There was no second on closing the warrant.
Well, I'll second the motion. if you want.
Well, we can always cut, cut.
Yeah,
Closing it just means we can't add any additional.
Okay, all right, so
and
it sounds
there's-
like,
there's
sounds
no
like,
reason not to close it.
Right.
I'm asking, I don't want something to come up that,
I don't think so, I don't.
okay, I think you've given people ample opportunity to.
oh, yeah, people have gotten multiple written
So we
notices.
don't want to, okay, well, which I guess doesn't make a difference.
You can always get smaller. This just
Yeah,
keeps
yeah,
it from
yeah,
getting
okay,
bigger.
Okay, all right, so, yeah, so I seconded it. We talked a lot about it, we discussed, all in favor? Aye.
Next item would be review warrant articles, to determine which
Right.
want to go to special meeting.
Well, actually, we want to finalize the date and time. And we talked about Saturday or the following Monday.
Saturday.
October 23rd.
So Angus, Wayne had mentioned that obviously there's additional personnel costs and setting up costs and so forth for doing things on the Saturdays. What are we talking in terms of dollars for that?
I don't think it's,
It's not huge.
no.
So that really shouldn't be a consideration. Probably.
It's not something I'd really consider. Did I miss something? Did he?
We did
Wayne
talk
did
about.
Oh, we
it.
did?
were
Okay.
discussing whether-
He brought it up as a point, but I mean,
Okay.
I don't know what it is, it's a couple $1,000s.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it's that much.
Yeah.
It's just, it's under the contract, I think it's a 4-hour callback, so it's, the time and a half for, a number of employees, a few employees.
Yeah.
I doubt it would get not into the multiple
And
thousands.
like the tellers and stuff. I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think the cost should be a factor.
okay.
October 23rd,
When's the apple harvest fundraise? Is that the week
oh, it's
before?
beginning, I think it's 2 weeks. before.
It's gonna, I was reading, it's gonna be virtual.
Oh, it is virtual.
It's virtual.
Okay.
There's a sign that says that.
Casey, do you have any thoughts about Saturday versus Monday night?
I think not strong feelings, Wendy. The numbers in West Newbury still look pretty good. And the attendees would be limited to residents from West Newbury. So as long as we use social distancing and masking in the annex, I think we'd probably be okay. If we decide to have it outdoors, we run the risk of bad weather and, things like that. But I think people feel comfortable with that. They actually like it. So, if it was a summer meeting, I'd say, let's just do it outdoors. October 20th is early enough in the fall that it's usually still pretty nice by then. We did it last fall and it was fine. It was a nice meeting. So I don't have strong feelings about it. It's just.
If it was indoors in the annex, can anyone envision any voters saying they feel disenfranchised because they don't feel safe going into the annex? And how would we handle that? I think outdoors is a more conservative approach in terms of everybody feeling safe being there. And I don't know, is that something that could happen? And if it did, obviously, that would be a huge problem if anyone felt they couldn't go because of their own concern about health.
Right.
I don't know how to gauge that.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
These are questions we can't answer because there might also be people who feel that they can't go because it could be cool or whatever. And, there's always somebody who can't go for some reason, no matter what we do. So.
I'm reading the long range forecast.
It's New England, Archie.
NOAA forecasts fall drought patterns just about everywhere in the United States this fall. So less likely to be wet.
Oh. Well, we certainly have had our share. According to the Old Farmer's Almanac, the total amount of precipitation in any year will average out. And so we got all of ours in July, so we're done, right?
We have had ice storms and snowstorms, October 30, 31st.
Yeah.
Got 83 days.
Yeah, I move Saturday the 23rd and let that. Whatever you guys feel.
Well, the good thing, absolutely, okay, let's start, Casey, it will be. Suppose it looks like Friday, how much lead time can you give the vote, if you say, if we learn Thursday or Friday of the coming Saturday, that it's gonna be horrible day, can we move it to the Monday night, or is that too?
No, I can do it. We discussed this at the Mass Moderators Association, and they made a good point. They said, do not put a rain date down, because literally Jim, the new clerk, and I could go and stand in the pouring rain and say the meeting is adjourned until whenever we decide. And
there's no window of time that you.
no, I could adjourn it until
Okay.
December if I wanted to.
Okay.
Because we still, I'm pretty sure about this. I should probably check with town council, but when they passed the new laws.
I think you're right.
COVID, they gave us a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
In what the moderator can do about changing the meeting. And I
What-
think
what-
I think that's still on the books. I don't think they've taken that back.
What we wrote in the FinCom booklet for last fall is that the decision on whether to postpone will likely be made the day of the meeting. If rain, if a postponement is needed due to weather, we will post notice on the Town of West Newbury website and via reverse 911, email, social media, and the press. So basically, we would just do a full court press as late as that morning, or if it's obvious the day before, we could do it. And like Casey said, we could always just, physically stand out. So, and Casey has made that point for prior outdoor town meetings, is to not advertise a rain date. So.
I just wanted to remind you that last time we talked about potentially alternating spring town meeting outside and fall town meeting inside, just to capture people who have commitments on Saturday nights.
Well, that is one thing that I was going to ask you. We ran into problems with the first annual outside, I think, with a conflict with baseball. And we had, because we were using the playing fields. And there was, and then at one point we ran into a conflict one year with Cub Scouts or something. So does anybody know of anything on that Saturday that would be either limit space or limit attendance? Limit, would affect where we can have it, or limit who would be available to come?
Well, I did get feedback after the annual town meeting of parents with children in sports on Saturdays that they could not come because of that.
Yeah. But that's true on Sundays too, so,
Right, but if we did it Monday night.
But then people say.
But then on the Monday night, they complain because they can't get
No
big.
matter what we say.
So that was my thought.
Yeah.
Doing both and, trying to appeal to the broadest
Yeah.
swath of the population.
You really can't please everybody. It doesn't work. So I guess I'm inclined.
So
I'm inclined to go with- I'm inclined to go with the Saturday because I've noticed just myself as I go about my business that I'm seeing more people using masks again. People seem to be, in a renewed sense of concern about, and now that this new strain's coming out and they really don't know whether the new strain will be handled by the other vaccines. They're still talking about issues like that. So there seems to be a heightened sense of concern around among people about COVID. So that would make me tend to go for the Saturday.
So I'm looking at the latest park and rec field use schedule for the fall. And unless I'm reading this wrong, I'm not seeing any reservation of the Bachelor Street fields for Saturdays. There's some things on Sundays on the Bachelor Street, but I'm not seeing anything on Saturdays. This is from August 30th. I can't swear that this is like totally current, but it's.
Yeah.
Saturday's open just in case there's a meeting.
I did, Pentucket Arts Foundation is running a terror trail at Maple Crest Farm, but it's not till 5 p.m. Jen Solis sent us a note on that, so hopefully we'll still be going at 5.
Okay, well,
We'll still be talking about the food truck.
right. So I made a motion, Archie seconded. We've been discussing, do we want to discuss any more, or do we want to vote?
Yeah, we can vote. I just feel like when we can, we should move back to. I mean, I agree with Casey that who knows what's gonna happen this month. Otherwise, I would vote against it. I mean,
Right. Okay. All fair.
Do you want to set the time now or leave that open? It's generally been 10 a.m. Is there any concern about that?
I think I kind of like earlier, and it seemed like a lot of people were just hanging. Very few people were getting there late. Most people were just like early and waiting around. I don't know. That was just my observation. There were a lot of people were there beforehand. I don't know.
Well, so far every meeting we've had outside so far has been at 10 o'clock, I think.
Right.
But it does kind of, it does kind of gobble up the day.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, I mean,
but how early do you want to do that?
oh, they're there at 6 a.m. That's not the issue.
Well, but if we make it an hour earlier, they'll have to be there at 5.
If they get out an hour earlier, they'd probably take that deal. I'm partly just thinking about attendance and, if people are showing up at 10, they're pretty much like, but if it's at 9, maybe they have hope of getting out, in time for lunch.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just thinking. Casey, I think, had you favored 10 a.m. in the past, Casey?
I think I did favor 10 a.m. as opposed to much earlier because I think that, some people really like early morning things, other people don't. And it's a question of people complaining, oh, I can't get there by 9 o'clock. I'd have to, yada, yada, yada. There was no particular reason for it, though. I mean, I'll be there whenever it is. I don't have a good sense of what people's preferences would be on that. I mean, and there's always the issue. I mean, this comes up time and again that, people with children say, oh, I can't come because I can't get a babysitter. Well, if you want a babysitter at 8:30 in the morning, it's going to be harder than if you need a babysitter at 9:30 in the morning. So, there were all these things swirling around and really you can't do much with it. It is what it is.
Yeah,
compromise.
yeah.
All right,
Sure.
all right, let's move this along.
Good.
Okay,
Really
all
far
right,
out.
so you need a motion at 9:30.
I think I can just write that down.
All right. Okay, well, we're going. we'll do this. Okay.
So far, we just talked about striking 14.
I asked for some information about,
Item 4, the health one.
correct, I asked for additional information about that, because they wanted to change the annual town meeting vote that we get appropriated $100,000, but then now they wanted to include the annual flu vaccine. But I thought that was part of their regular operating budget. I mean, there's nothing different about the flu this year versus any other year, so we're not talking about COVID, we're talking about flu, and so what, why do they want to do that?
Left over. So
Was that?
I think the issue was that they had money left over, and so they were proposing to use it for something else.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that, because we still need that, basically that 100,000 or what's left of it basically backstops the cost that we've incurred for these regional clinics. And we may have regional clinics starting again, we probably will this fall and maybe sooner than later for whether it's for booster shots or shots for people under 12. And so the, 100,000 basically, if all else fails, meaning we can't get FEMA, we can't get intermunicipal, it's not CARES eligible, there's a backstop, there's some account to hit. So I don't think it's like money left over, because there's still going to be more clinics ahead.
Yeah, okay, I went to the meeting when they discussed that. and
Okay.
I think so, maybe leftover is not the appropriate way to phrase it. I think they were realizing that they weren't gonna need it, possibly because of the reimbursements you were mentioning.
Well, but there may be a disconnect between that office and Stephanie. Do you want to I don't want to put you on the spot, but at this moment we are anticipating reimbursement, for instance, from Amesbury and upwards of 48,000. But until we get that money, we don't know we're going to get that money.
Yeah,
So we have a current deficit of over $48,000 from Amesbury and Newburyport. Neither has paid for the vaccine clinics at this moment. So this is kind of like a backstop if we do have to, pay for it out of our own pockets. We have a funding source to go to. And currently we can't, the way the language is written, we can't use that for the clinics.
Can't you? Sorry, Stephanie, that last part I didn't
We lost the
understand.
last sentence, Stephanie.
What do you?
Sorry, we
for the
currently,
clinics?
we currently can't use that bucket of money for the clinics the way the article was written.
Really?
The original article, I believe so.
We can't use it for flu clinics, but I think it's
Correct,
explicitly
correct.
for COVID clinics.
You brought up the point that you think there's already funds for flu clinics. It's already it's already a service that's been provided by Board of Health and budgeted. Is that, did I misunderstand?
Like, they usually have, like senior flu clinics
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
The
So there's already funding for the flu clinics.
unless they're massively expanded or something, but that's sort of part of their usual operating procedure, I'm pretty sure, but unfortunately, we don't have anybody to.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody from the Board of Health will clarify that. Maybe the plan is it possible if they're considering offering the flu vaccine the same time as COVID vaccine?
Well, I don't know, but the question is, why are they talking about flu vaccine? flu clinics here. That's what the article.
Right, yeah, I was just looking at that, that's why I was wondering if they're gonna offer them at the same time.
I don't think you would want to get both vaccines simultaneously.
Yeah, and so Archie reached out to Paul. He's on vacation this week. Well learned, I will say. So I did forward Archie's request to both Bob James and Blake in hopes that one of them might weigh in today, but we did not hear back.
So we can always deal with it later. But
Yeah, it could always be
I just
removed
didn't have-
later,
You
yeah.
asked for one, so I had a
Yeah,
question.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I will say, just to add, we're very fortunate we didn't get hit with free cash for our current deficit for these flu clinics. I had to fight pretty hard. with
COVID
DOR.
clinics.
COVID clinics, correct.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had to fight pretty hard to have that happen that way and that we wouldn't get charged for that. So hopefully we do get in some funding.
Okay.
And also do keep in mind that we don't vote on the article, we vote on the motion. So even if the article says flu clinics, and if it turns out when you talk to Paul, he says, oh, you're right, I didn't think about that. We do have funding for flu clinics. We don't need this. When he or whoever does it makes the motion, they simply don't say flu clinics.
And Angus had mentioned 2E is probably unnecessary.
Yeah, I know. I think we've got sufficient in the operating budget to cover the union contract terms with the dispatch.
Jeff, how much, I'm sorry, not how much, have we got the full slate of full-time dispatch people now, or?
Yeah, we're up to full staff.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're talking about doing at this point is striking Article 14. Line in Article 2, 22.
2E.
2.
Budget line 22, but yeah, line E, it's,
Oh.
Yeah.
I was looking at.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, I was, yeah, okay. Well, I make a motion to do that. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Okay, G, vote to designate the DPW director as acting chief procurement officer, so,
wait, so just to be clear, so all other draft articles will go forward? Subject to that you could remove them in the future, but we should
Right,
proceed.
right.
Okay, just want to be clear. Okay,
And with your, as the planning one. we're
Yep.
gonna Get more information.
understood.
You're
Yep,
gonna work on that.
I will. Yep.
Angus, there's no discussion on that. Information I sent over. Hey, for growth there.
No, that is. Do you want to talk about, yeah.
Wait for when we'll jump to that one, sorry.
Yep, yeah, no, I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's on as draft, written in Article 12, and again, all these numbers will change, just, and for reporters on the phone, all the numbers will change, all the article numbers. But 12 is MGL Chapter 33, Section 59. I think you got the memo in the packet that kind of outlines, or I did up an article request with that. Did I send that to you? I don't think I did.
Tell me what page
Page
we're on.
49.
49 is this thing.
Yeah.
I know that's new information to everyone here.
Yeah.
Myself and Angus.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, 45 is the kind of article request that I wrote up. And then 46 and 47 are the advice from
Oh,
council.
okay.
And then the statute itself is on 49, so.
So just so I understand it, so in other words, someone's in the National Guard, say, they're, and they're on short-time active duty. So, I understand they're not gonna lose any seniority and so forth. Would they be, it's hard, I just didn't, when you read that first paragraph on page 45 of this, so without loss of ordinary remuneration, so in other words, are they getting paid for their shift if they're not on a shift, or?
If their
How does that
pay,
work?
my understanding is if their pay for their, let's say they're on, training with the reserve. And let's say, just for sake of discussion, their normal pay for a day of work here is $500.
Right.
And let's say their pay for that day on reserve training is $400. The town would make up the difference, the $100.
So they're not getting 400 plus 500?
No,
Right.
Oh,
they're basically being held harmless for the time that they're.
Okay, that's reasonable, okay. When I read that, it's hard to.
I still have to do a little more homework on this.
And Chief, if you just would move, I just want to make sure that microphone picks up what you're saying for the people from home.
Still needs to be some more homework done on the matter. As it is, James Dorgan, who just hired full times in the Air National Guard, he still has to go to trainings every year. I spoke with some other chiefs that have military personnel. Essentially, you cannot deny them any of their training days off. And then it just becomes a matter of compensation. Sometimes, if they'll tell them they can take the training, but they're not going to get paid. In James's case, he doesn't have any vacation time accrued or anything like that he can use. So we're just trying to iron out the wrinkles between the town personnel policies and this state law. Recently came to my attention when I talked to one of the other chiefs. They really haven't had anyone in the active duty or reserves employed, so it's kind of a new field going into.
So what is the typical training? Like how often?
Well, I think 1 weekend a month. We do 2 weeks a year. If he was ever called for active duty, that's a little different scenario. But I guess the gist of the law has to be adopted by the town. It's just so they would get their full pay.
So is that gonna be a staffing issue for you?
It'll be a little one, but I think on the other side of the coin, it's worth it.
Yeah.
The training he already brings from the military is a valuable asset to the town. So I think in the end, it's gonna be a plus. I don't think with 2 officers a shift, you're gonna have a real issue.
I mean, if this is a state law, don't we have to?
No.
Has to be adopted by-
No, it's got to be adopted, but I think, as I said out in here, and I know you guys just got this yesterday, and this just came to our attention, 7 days ago today. But one of the advantages that I see is, and I think, Chief, is because it's kind of, even though it's new to us, this MGL, it's other towns have been doing it. So there's like, we can learn from, the calculations, whereas our personnel policy is unique to us. And it does provide for up to 17 days of leave for military. But that's something we have to kind of figure out. Whereas here we can look at Amesbury, it's adopted, or other towns that have adopted it, and see how they've handled it from a payroll standpoint, because there is some complexity to it. It definitely, these are the kinds of things that are part of why payroll takes a long time. But I think it's the right thing to do. It is kind of hasty because you're just hearing about it, but I think we should leave it on for study, and then over the next couple of weeks, hopefully we'll get some more information. But it seems like it's a more robust benefit, which I think is it's good to obviously recognize those who are serving.
Well,
Was this a-
it isn't just for police either.
No, this would be townwide for anyone.
I suspect there aren't any other town employees that it's applicable to right now, but it could be in the future. It's probably, yeah, I think it's probably a good thing.
How would it apply to a part-time person? Or would it?
I don't think it would. They just wouldn't like this part-time shift, and they have to be fully in training.
I think that's one of the things we should confirm. Let's see what they put this in for.
When it says, they're entitled to receive their pay without loss of ordinary remuneration, which would be basically a salary, right? Part-time hourly rate.
During the first 30 consecutive days of position. It's extraordinary. Yeah, I don't think we want to process this right now. This is the first time.
I just wanted to make sure it was part of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, let me give you, this is the write-up I put together. So basically paraphrases some of what was in what information that you sent me.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, let me give you this too. I don't know if this is Tim's essence, the second or third page of Tim's advice. So
Thanks, Jeff.
thank you.
Okay.
Rick, not to go backwards, but on the, just so I can, because I'm going to be packaging this all up for FinCom. The amount for the invasive is $7,000 the right amount, or do you want to? Do you have a
no,
number
I
on
think we were gonna, we realized that number probably didn't realistically account for any supplies that there might be.
Mhm.
I need to talk with Nancy, and I think last number it was either 8,000 or 9,000. That, so.
All right, and then the other blank on the green community, I saw that you corresponded with B2Q, so yeah, it looks like we'll have a proposal by the end of the week, which is good.
Yeah, so, last time, the town put in $5,000, $10,000 towards the, the HVAC controls upgrade down here. It was essentially just under $100,000 for the entire project. And then there were utility incentives. This time, the proposal needs to be updated, but it's right around 44,000, if I remember right, for the second phase. So substantially smaller, and proportionally, I think the utility incentives may go up a little bit. So, it's hard to say what the number ought to be, but we might be able to put in as little as $5,000 this time to, as a matching town fund.
Rick, one question I had. I don't know if it's on this paper, but on the email that you sent, so look at it later. The it calculated the payback, in other words, savings versus investment.
Yeah.
And the numbers work, but mostly this would be electrical savings in terms of dollars. So if the town is getting its electricity for free, that's not really a savings.
Well, we're actually, we're not getting the energy for free because it has a value, and if we use it, we're still giving up that value, but we currently produce the solar, Main Street Solar
Right.
produces about 85% of our electrical energy.
Okay.
So anything over that, we're paying whatever the base rate is.
Oh, well, right.
Same utility rate. So, you know, if we were to do, and it isn't actually just electrical, because most of the energy that we'll be saving will be, well, I should say most, significant portion will also be natural gas. I don't remember what the breakout was. Some of it's electrical and some of it's natural gas. During the winter, it's natural gas for heating.
Well, it looked like most of it was
Was the AC?
was totally electrical.
Yeah,
It was
okay,
like
all right, so.
a few therms in
Okay.
terms of which
Yeah,
would be the
okay.
gas, and most of the savings was like, so many kilowatts, I don't, whatever it said, but it just didn't, it doesn't seem like a super, if you're gonna use that as a selling point, I don't think that's,
Yeah.
maybe don't have it at all,
So,
because
so,
it's not
so
dramatic, yeah,
so that payback, the payback numbers they have, you're looking at, like, they show a payback of.
19 years.
Yeah, okay, that's for the state. That's for the state's investment. For our investment, because we're only putting in a fraction of that, the payback that the town sees is much more rapid than that.
Oh, so we're not putting in 44,000.
No, we'd be putting in, what I just said, it might be as low as 5,000 this time that we want to budget.
Okay, it's not really clear the way, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that person is putting in the total, they're not subdividing it, yeah. The report from the
Exactly,
contractor.
right, yeah, exactly. So what they're doing is they're giving a number that the state will.
The
fund
total,
itself.
okay. Got you, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it does make sense.
And then, you know, so for us, you know, we're putting in maybe 15% of the funds that the state put in.
Okay,
Actually, could be more than that, because there's utility incentive too. If you look at both utility incentive and the state, we're putting in probably 50% of what the two of those put in. Yeah.
okay.
Angus, that answer.
Yeah, I think so. It's, you know, it's because it's in the, you know, it's pending. So I just want to, you know, so that when we, and I think we're on track with that because we'll have,
Yeah.
with the end of the week.
Yeah.
Just so we can get, you know, FinCom started with.
Okay, great.
But like I said earlier tonight, you know, if there's one or two items, like I know, for instance, Mike Coute is still, you know, tracking down, you know, a better cost for the boom crane. You know, if we can, assuming FinCom will have more than, they're going to definitely have more than one meeting. It might be two, it might be three, but we could put anything that's isn't quite there yet on the last meeting. And they've been really, Gary's been really good about, you know, working with me on that.
Okay.
But a lot of these things aren't dollar things too.
Correct.
Right.
And Gary doesn't like to do anything that isn't strictly dollars.
Okay, so, are we good to move on to item G?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So, this is to vote to designate the DPW director as the acting procurement officer. DPW, of course, our previous town clerk, town council, Michael Karen, was our chief procurement officer, and he has retired. And so currently there is nobody designated as acting chief procurement officer. The DPW director, Wayne Amwell, has the required certification. I guess that's the right.
Recommended. You actually don't need it. It is recommended. And for a town our size, our auditor has said it's definitely not required. It's a big plus though.
Yeah.
And it's a big credential that he's worked hard for.
Okay, so, so it will be helpful for us to have somebody who is designated.
We need someone designated. They don't need to be certified. It's just a plus that he is. And that's, yeah.
Why the acting term?
Because I'm not prepared to say that I think DPW is where the long-term purchasing function should be housed. I think if it is, we really need to look at administrative capacity in that department because it is very lean in terms of budgeted hours. And it's the department that processes far and away the most invoices, and you see that in every AP warrant. So I would be really hesitant to add purchasing to that department permanently. So my rationale and suggesting acting is to say, you know, this to get us through for some amount of time while we figure out longer term, where does the purchasing function rest? The auditor a couple of years ago had recommended it rest with me. And at some point, you know, I would like to be the entity that signs contracts. I did that in my last job. But given the workload issues that, you know, and Wayne has the credential, I think for the time being, I think it makes sense for DPW director, but longer term, that would represent a big increase in his responsibilities. That I think if we were to make that permanent, we really ought to be.
Sign, especially things out of his comfort zone. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, he prepares specs and does bids for his equipment, which is a huge amount of work. But to start doing that for everything tripping the purchasing threshold.
No, but like the paid school rental, things like that, which is not really what.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exact. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. So I mean, for right now, I think we need to have someone designated, and as recently as when I met with Rick for the draft agenda last week, I had designate blank. You know, I thought maybe Wayne, maybe me.
Wayne wandered in.
And then Wayne wandered in and we said, hey, would you be willing to? And he said, you know, and it turns actually tell the story. It was when he was in Newburyport.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know that he was he procurement or acting?
Yeah, it turns out he'd been named a year prior and no one had even thought to tell him. So he actually appreciated that we at least asked.
But the other thing is that, so, you know, Wayne has been handling procurement for DPW already. And it sounds like there's really nothing significant in the pipeline right now that isn't DPW. So it isn't really an increase in his workload, and by having somebody who formerly is in that position, it's just good.
I mean, there's something, you know, the water department things, and he told me like, and I think you were part of it. He said, you know, if Mike Goutte needs to, it's, you know, he's gonna, Tata and Howard does a lot of their bid preparation and then contracts. He's gonna send a KP to review, you know, so I do see it as like a period of time. I don't know that that's where it should rest in the long term. I think that's, you know, that department is already very, very heavily burdened. But we do need to have somebody designated who's then authorized to sign contracts on the town's behalf. Longer term, I think it should be me, but I wear too many hats right now. And so I think for the interim, it makes sense, you know, for the DPW director. And the designation, by the way, is of the office, not of the individual.
Right.
Okay.
So is that something that the town clerks could?
I think it could, you know, the purchasing, it's basically 9 full days of training over the course of 3 years. You can't, the way they space it, you can't do them. There's 3 days consecutive for 3 consecutive years to get the MCPPO certification. Mike McCarron actually was never fully certified. He completed 2 of the 3. He never was actually fully certified. Wayne is, it's a big lift, you know, because just to spend that time out of the office for 3 days in a row is very difficult for you know, the department heads in this town. You know, when Tony Roselli had initially recommended that the town manager become the chief procurement officer, it was only in his second year, once he started to get a sense of the scope of what I'm responsible for, that he kind of said, okay, that would be a lot, you know. So I think it's a lot for Wayne. But you know, he's very good at it. That's the thing. He's very good at it, and he's willing. So
anybody want to make a motion?
I think you did.
Okay.
All right. I have a motion to appoint designate the DPW director as acting chief procurement officer.
Second.
We want to have a time frame.
I don't think so. I think, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but, you know, I don't think we need to. And, you know, I'd hate for it to run out and then we didn't act in time. So.
And presumably at some point in time, we'll be having an actual chief procurement officer as opposed to acting.
And, you know, as I note in my memo, and if this chart on page 38, you know, it does suggest that in a town without an applicable charter or bylaw provision, it does say the town manager is the appointing authority. But as Archie knows, but I think this was before both of your time on the board, there is some ambiguity because that DPW statute is still on the books. And that does say that the select board is the appointing authority of the DPW director. Remember that, Archie?
Yeah.
So because of that, I think it was prudent to have this board make the appointment, but.
Great. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So, at the Middle Street Bridge updates regarding the permitting process and Mass Works grant, consider authorizing joint representation by equity law regarding Middle Street Bridge, MOU with City. Want to do quick updates?
Well, you know, we don't have a lot of audience, you know, you guys you have my memo dated August 26th. You know, I think it emphasizes the, you know, kind of forward intent. I did write a supplemental memo yesterday, just so give you a little more insight on the Mass Works, and that is a very real factor we need to be focused on is the timeline for performance, and kind of I've set out, you know, the situation there.
But the people you met with, or the people or person that you met with from the state was going to take that back and see if we may be able to get an extension.
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is, you know, he described that in the earlier days of Mass Works, basically, if the funding's, you know, for 3 fiscal years, if they carry it forward based on how things are budgeted, it actually takes away from what they can approve in that subsequent fiscal year. So it's akin to awarding the same grant again. So that's a real concern because the program is very heavily subscribed now. And so that means some other project in the Commonwealth wouldn't get funding because, I guess it didn't, I don't know if it didn't used to be that way, or maybe it wasn't as heavily subscribed, but he said a couple of years ago, it wouldn't have been that big a deal. It's become a bigger deal. But if, as I said in the memo, if the full funding was appropriated and we had gone out to bid and we'd awarded a contract, the fact it's not fully spent, I think is that's more equivalent to an encumbrance. Yeah. But to get from here to there by June 30th isn't a, you know, clear path. There are options we can talk about.
So the Newbury report understand that the $1 billion that they thought they were going to share with us is going to turn into a pumpkin?
Not as clearly as because I just wrote this memo yesterday. We
yeah.
just had the call Thursday, and my call with the mayor was, I think, the prior 2 Wednesdays ago. So we'll certainly make them aware. And we both have a lot to lose, and that's why I think the immediate step that I'm recommending is we got to get an MOU back in place. And to do that, I would recommend that we have, we can authorize legal counsel, because then we can go to work on that. But until that's authorized, we can't really even do that, to renew an MOU.
Yeah.
But I think that's the path we need to follow, is to get get in discussions with the city toward a new MOU, make sure everybody understands, and see how that affects, their posture in terms of when the funding would be appropriated.
Okay, so I thought about this, and I want other people's opinion, but you talked with the principal, so we have the same law firm for both towns, but we are actually not in the same we're not both coming from the same thing. We want the bridge, they really couldn't care less, to be honest. And they don't want to spend any money whatsoever, maybe we want to spend some, but this thing going away doesn't really affect them. This going away is not what the town, most of the town wants. So are we going to, and in terms of, you know, legal business or you know, we're a minnow and they're a sea bass, so they're bigger fish. And so are we sure that we're going to get equal representation from KP? I don't have any problem with KP, but I mean, just in this one situation, because the sort of lots of things are stacked against us. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. I know they view their role in something like this as more like the scribe, like they're not representing, you know, our position or Newburyport's position. We're working with the principals in Newburyport to come to an agreement, and KP is basically memorializing that,
Okay,
writing
all
that.
right.
That's,
So they're not
you know,
pushing anything one way or the other.
correct. They, you know, they did write in their letter that in the event that there was basically a breakdown, you know, in the event negotiations on any matter related to the agreement breaks down to the point where one municipality seeks legal redress from the others, they would, you know, cease representation of both parties
No, but I'm just thinking,
yeah, on that
at the
matter.
moment, we're not on the same path, and if we, you know.
That's true.
If we think of like that plan that Mike McCarron had suggested, that if it comes to that, you know, if we're gonna have to be using a stick rather than a carrot, I don't know, I wanna know what how other people feel about
You
that.
know, my assumption is that if it comes to the stick as opposed to carrot, that KP at that point, based on, you know, the communication with Angus, will just step back.
Hunt, yeah.
Well, not even punt, they'll just step back from working with either town on that particular issue, or either community. Yeah. So,
That's right. Yeah. And they were clear that would be both they wouldn't step back from us. They would step back from both.
Maybe you were speculating, or maybe they clarified this in conversation with you, but you were speculating the reason for that is because they're very conscious of, you know, their image, you know, fairly representing all the communities that they deal with.
Yeah.
So
No, that's what they said is they as a firm, they don't want to be representing ever against a client. So they would withdraw from both is what they've said. So, and that's not, you know, beyond the realm of.
Okay.
Position.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
hear what
no,
other people think,
yeah, and I've wondered about that significantly. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like it's really heading in the right direction.
You know, I think if there's not some new federal money that comes into play, I think this is going to be, you know, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah.
Separate but related topic is the repair issue. I know you both spoke with Mike and were satisfied. I was not satisfied with his responses. And I've just done a little bit of digging. There are some firms that specialize in repair of stone arch bridges, but I don't want to like start any conversations if we're not on the board with pursuing that just as a backup or on the side.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say, but I was pretty confident with the conversation I had with Micah. You know, I personally, I thought I understood where he was coming from and the difficulty in taking the existing bridge, you know, trying to reuse what's there. without substantially replacing everything, because to understand, to meet current requirements, requirements, it can be a lot of words in front of requirements. But from a structural standpoint, from a legal standpoint, from a liability standpoint, to meet all those requirements, I use the example of the tower down in Florida that collapsed, and quite possibly collapsed because its foundation failed. And, you need to understand what the foundation is. It isn't, it's not just, it's not a shed or something. It's a bridge that's going to be carrying vehicles and has to be able to, you have to be confident that it will carry vehicles for decades. And that, your investment and the safety, your financial investment and safety of the structure has high integrity for its entire design life. And if you don't know what the foundation is, if you can't quantify that the foundation is up to the task, then you have to go to that level. You have to replace that, which at that point means building a whole new bridge. So
It seemed to me the cost, the major cost is what Rick's saying. It's the underneath part, and the additional part that's also in the reservoir. You have to build a coffer dam and all that business. But the whether we have two sidewalks or one sidewalk, that's sort of like what color you want the car. It's not that the problem is underneath, and I don't think you're going to be able to find an engineer that's going to sign off on just pulling the stones back to where they were, and the repair ultimately, it seemed like one of those situations when ultimately the repair is almost as expensive as the new thing.
conceivably even more.
But that's just based on one engineer's perspective, that's all I'm saying.
That's
I
true.
feel like it's this much money, we're at, this kind of precarious place in the path. I would like just to get a second opinion. I mean, Micah admitted they're very risk averse, and, for him personally, he's put a lot into getting grants, and so I just feel like I would feel better if we had an objective, second opinion. The inspection reports all throughout the history have rated the substructure and superstructure as 5 and 6. There's a bridge rating of 1 to 9, and 5 and 6 repair is the preferred, or the approach to dealing with it. So it's not like the 2 and it has to be replaced. So I just think there's merit in at least evaluating this, and if it's not going to fly, then I'd be satisfied. I just wonder somebody else saying that.
And did you actually locate, you said you come across, sound like more than one?
Yeah, the last
Engineering
one
firm
was May, the last.
Engineering firms that work on,
There's a couple, one, Simpson something, I can't remember it's 3 names, but they've done several bridges locally. There's a pedestrian bridge in Bradley Palmer State Park that they rebuilt. But specifically, they did evaluate 8 bridges for the Connecticut railway line, and also on arch bridges, and gave recommendations on whether they should be repaired or. So there's some recent, very relevant experience. They use, I can't remember the technology, but it's not digging up in some kind of ground penetrating radar or something to assess the integrity of it. So I'm gonna have some contact names. I just don't want to start the process if the board's not in favor.
So how much would something like that cost?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't reached out to them.
Because, okay, what it cost us, 15 to find out, for them to, if I'm correct, for them to reiterate that I don't think that for them to say they don't think we can fix it, so. With somebody having, I'm not trying to put, dampen your idea, I'm just trying to think out loud, so. If having all the data that they have, it costs them 15 to determine that, no, we don't want to go there again, so. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps they would share, it's all, we paid for it, so we could, exactly, we could share the data, at least the data we have with another firm. And see what they think, but we probably have to, would we have to put that out to bid to do another engineering consultation?
I think that
I think engineering
it's
services
exempt.
are exempt.
Yeah, it's exempt. I mean, you would need a scope, to be able to get a good cost number from the vendor. They need to know, what they're expected to do, and
I think the first step is just to make a call, but I just wanted to, see if you're on board with that, just to get some information.
Sure, but I don't have a problem with that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if the cost is reasonable, like it's, I'm a little afraid of throwing good money after bad. Because I think I understand the rationale for foundations, what it's all about. And, maybe using ground penetrating radar, you can get data that tells you enough. They did. So
Some borings were done.
yeah, no, there was geotechnical work done, and I guess that must be available to us at this point in time. How much that's gonna, I don't know, spacings and drawings, I just, way out of my league, it would be interesting to know what it would cost to have somebody evaluate it.
I don't think anybody would, even if we couldn't use the grant money and we had to use the town's money, I don't think any taxpayers would object to us, talking about something in the lines of, 15 or 25,000 when we're talking about something that's costing, 600,000 more than we planned. If it was going to be 100,000, then I'm not on board.
I mean, if it was feasible, it would still need to go through obviously full design and permitting, which has
Right.
cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to get to where we are.
I know. But right now we're nowhere, unfortunately.
I don't agree with that. We're within sight of being fully permitted and having a shovel-ready project, which if there's federal money that comes along, is not nowhere. I mean, it's speculative because if there's no federal money, we have a big funding gap. But having a project that's fully engineered and fully permitted isn't nothing. It's nothing that's real helpful without, but it's not nothing. I mean, if there's a federal infrastructure bill and another $1 million.
So,
comes along.
there's a question, in the back of my mind, how not into this is Newburyport. So clearly there is some contingent in Newburyport that is happy that this is not open as a vehicular bridge. It's become a linear park. From most Newburyport residents' standpoint, the, you know, connectivity to West Newbury for their car over this bridge is irrelevant. And there's also the issue of the reservoir, and Newburyport is, you know, very protective of the reservoir. And, you know, so I see potentially multiple reasons why.
I hadn't thought of that.
Wait.
For the reservoir reason, they may like it even better.
Well, yeah, exactly. I see potentially multiple reasons why Newburyport, we're not maybe hearing that part of the story, or maybe Newburyport would just as soon not see this bridge. I don't know if that's the case, but it's possible. And if that's the case, then, you know, then we're, you know, we're up against, we're really up against it, because, you know, even if we come up with an alternative that reuses the arch, is Newburyport going to support it? It's, you know, the impression I had talking with Gary Bill, you know, going back years, he had tried to convince folks in Newburyport that, hey, we gotta fix this thing. And, you know, I don't know exactly what the conversation was, but he suggested that he, you know, he even reached out and said, look, we'll, you know, West Newbury will fix what's on your side. And, you know, they never engaged. So, you know, again, I don't know the whole story, but.
Yeah, so you're
it's just-
thinking even if say this was an option, we paid for it, they still might
Yeah,
not.
it's possible, you know, I mean, you know, I just, it comes down to this, I don't know, I mean, I think it's an important link for West Newbury to have, but, I don't know when we start throwing good money after bad,
Well, I mean, if you're okay. with-
but, yeah,
Just reach out to
absolutely,
them,
sure,
just
sure, why
say
not?
something.
I mean, there's no, you know, no risk in talking with them and, you know, getting some feedback. I mean, I don't see any risk at least.
There is no appropriation for that kind of money, so I don't know if the idea would be potentially an article in the spring, or is the idea?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just didn't know, since the warrant was just closed 20 minutes, I didn't know. if you were- I'd be, okay.
Wait, I closed it, didn't
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
mean,
all right.
anything that happens here is more of a long-term conversation.
Mhm, okay.
At least I think it is.
Mhm.
You know, yeah.
That's too big of a decision to make.
So the idea of the joint representation, I guess, you know, I think whether it's KP, you know, or whether it's some kind of outside counsel, I mean, I can talk to the mayor, I can redline a document just like anybody, but, you know, I think we'd want to have some legal representation on MOU, so.
I'll just make a motion that we engage with KP. We authorize KP for joint representation regarding the Middle Street Bridge, a Middle Street Bridge MOU with the city of Newburyport. Because I see no downside to it.
I think the, probably the form of vote, there's on page 43 of your packet, it's basically a determination that there's no, that it's been disclosed that they'd be joint representation, and a determination of consent to representation.
So we want to read this whole.
Or just reference it, you know, page 43 of the open packet.
Okay. Okay, well, I move that we authorize KP Law to represent the town of West Newbury in negotiating in negotiating an MOU with the city of Newburyport per the wording of the determination on page 43 of this week's select board open session packet.
But I think we should say the very last thing, notwithstanding the KP Law also serves as counsel for the city of Newburyport, that's important.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Second?
Sure. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, good. So we'll get the ball rolling and we'll move as quick as we can to have something for you guys to review.
That he made to me, probably to you also, that there's gonna be a new chief executive in Newburyport.
Right.
And at least the current mayor understands the situation, and at least we'll have this in place that they understand that,
Right,
oh, where'd this thing come from?
Right.
When we start talking about the bridge.
right. That's, no, that's.
There is an ongoing, we have to keep the relationship going.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. And
Even
hopefully,
if it's a bad one.
well, hopefully it becomes a good one, just right now the track doesn't seem great. So, but hopefully it gets on track. Okay, and then we have an update on potential request of authorization, direct representation by KP Law regarding an MOU or MOA for the regional vaccination clinics.
And this isn't as far along, and I would not look to the board to vote anything tonight, but I wanted to make you aware that discussion is ongoing. I did, following up on the note that I sent, I did talk to Tim, and as we talked it through, while there are 9 communities who, were officially engaged in this effort, it really was kind of 3 of us that were really most involved in the incurred costs and so forth. That would be Amesbury, Newburyport, and West Newbury. And so I think that, it could end up not being as daunting as a 9-town MOU. It could be more of like a 2 or even either 3 or even 2. But I did want to make sure you understand where our office is coming from on wanting to have an advance agreement before we're incurring significant costs.
How could we be against that?
Well, yeah, and it happened so quickly last winter that, the motivations were, but so I think that, once I talked, Tim, I think had a better understanding after our conversation of some of the dynamics. I sent him some of the emails just to give him a sense of some of the flavor of some of the correspondence that's gone on. And so I think that, if you're comfortable with the general direction, the idea is to work with our counterparts in primarily Amesbury and Newburyport, and really maybe even just Amesbury, because other than the initial public safety COVID clinics, most of the clinics were under the auspices of Amesbury. So it could end up being just a bi-party thing. But the odd thing about those regional clinics is there is no agreement of any kind. There's no written agreement on not just the financial, but on anything. So, the website, the messaging, the communications, all of that, it was great, everyone working together, but there's no like documentation of that relationship. And it worked very well operationally, but, administratively and financially, there's not like an agreement to tie these reimbursement requests to, other than some, kind of very informal emails from people who may or may not have the authority to bind those funds. So
is it likely that we will be reimbursed for the past clinics?
I'm told by key staff that there's 100% confidence.
And it's just the 2 cities that.
Yeah, and it really it's a modest amount from Newburyport. I don't even know how much effort that's worth, but the Amesbury is a big amount. It's 48,000, and we're making regular efforts, and but we don't have a whole lot of insight into the power structure over there, and it has, frankly, it's been difficult to get like some of the finance, and like we asked a question of the finance, and that's a question for the mayor's office. It's like, okay, because it seemed like an actually very straightforward finance department question, but there's politics involved, and so we'd like to, but some of the complexity is if there is a written agreement, you could well imagine that the community agreeing to reimburse would seek some okay of the upfront incurring of costs in the first place. So administratively, how does that get handled? So it's, you know, it's not a simple thing at all. So yeah, I'd like to, you know, keep going forward with it. The idea of trying to arrive at some formalizing of the informal. And if it gets to
Do the other parties know that we're trying to do this?
so I just sent this, you know, what was a week ago today. I had a call with Tim Wednesday to kind of talk it over in a little more detail. I sent him some follow-up and
No, not Tim, I mean.
no, I know what you mean. No, but I haven't, I mean, I haven't had time to.
Somebody,
Yeah.
somebody should know that
Yeah,
we would like to set up an agreement.
Yeah,
Instead
yeah.
of just
yeah.
here.
Oh, yeah, no, they would. There's just, you know, we're juggling a lot of
Right,
things in the course of a day, as you know, so it's, you know, we kind of put in a big chunk of time, or a big chunk of, is probably 5 minutes of work here, honestly, it's not time, but focus, you know, and then you have 50 other things you do, and then you come back to
No,
it.
I
That's just the
understand.
way we do things, so.
Yeah, no, I think it's great that the process has started.
Yeah, we're trying,
It's really
you know.
important this time that we get that right and not end up in a mess again.
Yeah.
And a mess
Because
that
it
wasn't
may, like
Yeah.
you say, we may be doing it again.
right.
I think we will, and my concern is that I'll get a visit on a Tuesday and saying, hey, we're having a clinic this Saturday, because that's pretty much
Yeah.
how it went last winter.
But Board of Health now understands and Health Department now understand. No,
They understand that there would be better to have an MOU, but I don't think it's going to hold anyone back. I think the operation side is going to go forward how they go forward, is my experience. So we got to try to catch up.
we're gonna have. If possible.
We're spread so thin, you know, that's the thing, like, we should be, this is a huge effort, we should, but you know what we deal with every day, it's if we find 10 minutes for an issue, it's a win with everything else, so same old story. But anyhow, so you know, I think I'm glad that we were able to kind of at least incrementally push it forward. Yeah, the next step is I would, try to engage, I guess the mayor or the finance director up in Amesbury and see if they agree there'd be a benefit to have a written agreement and just see if we can't get something done. But oh, that's right. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't even really focused on that, but you're totally right.
So
Yeah.
when is the election?
November. There's the state rep against the county mayor. Right, pretty heavy hitters.
So yeah, primarily informational. So it's an issue.
Okay. Okay, consideration of potential change to propose to personnel policy regarding qualified part-time holiday pay and internal posting / hiring policy.
So if we start with the first one, so this is, the memo on page 46 outlines a recommended approach, which is basically largely to revert to the prior language, which would basically provide that qualified part-time employees would be paid for the hours that they were regularly scheduled to work on a holiday. So, that would address this concern people have that, they normally work, say, 6 hours on a Monday, but if it's a Monday holiday, they get like some fraction of that. And that's been a source of unhappiness for some years. It would result in people who aren't scheduled to work on that holiday would not get any pay for that. So there's winners and losers of any policy, but I definitely feel like this would be incredibly clean, simple, unambiguous, and that's a plus, because what we see now with payroll is sometimes people forget to put the holidays they weren't scheduled to work, and then it's a reconciliation issue, and that may or may not ever happen because that falls to my staff, and it's very tough. The current system isn't really working the way it was designed.
Somebody guessed that most of the qualified part-time people work on Monday.
For the most part, yeah, I think there might be a library employee, or I don't know, you might know their schedule better than I do, but there might be someone who might not be scheduled on a typical Monday.
Yeah,
Um,
and when there's a Friday holiday, none of the qualified part-time would probably none of me.
Except perhaps library, they have such a different schedule than the town office of public safety.
Yeah, their responses were kind of all over the place.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
I mean, the only thing I would say is that is a benefit that they missed out on, a holiday benefit. I think the way that was being done, the problem was that it was prorated based on the number of hours per week. Rather than the number of hours per day. That's why some people are saying they had to make up their extra time. They get 5.6 hours for holiday and have to make up the other 1.4 hours.
Hmm.
Because when you're prorating it based on the total hours per week, that doesn't always.
But see, here's why we did that. There was there was a method in our math. Say someone works 7 hours on Monday and works 2 hours on Tuesday and 2 hours on Wednesday. If most of the holidays are on Monday, they get 7 hours holiday. Even though they only work 11 hours. That was our thinking. We were trying to make it fair. And the people and for the most part, that no one doesn't work. Most of the people who do work Mondays, which is most of the holidays. But that was the thinking behind it, is that while you're getting half your salary if you happen to be someone that works most of your time on Monday. Some people were getting overpaid, some people were getting underpaid. Some people weren't getting any holidays, but that seems to be what everyone wants. So it's easier for the finance department, so whatever, go back.
Yeah, I don't think it's a solution where everybody wins.
There's not.
It just doesn't exist. It's the truth.
I mean, I would say that what you're asked to do tonight is to refer something to hearing.
Yeah.
You can, it's what you vote in the hearing that matters. So you still, let's say you refer it to, 4 weeks out, so there's a little time. If something better comes along, as long as it's kind of within the four corners, you could vote something different. Everyone would be given notice that this is being discussed. You make a good faith effort to put out what you think, what you're considering, but it doesn't mean within the hearing that you couldn't adjust it, or if you adjust it so much, you could, kick it down the can. The point now is to get something into the mill.
Yeah.
It's not to vote the final language tonight.
And it has to be posted for 10 days.
Yeah.
And then in the public hearing.
Yeah, and so I would suggest maybe not the next meeting, but 2 meetings out, just with everything else going on.
So have you ever heard of a town that just gives all the holidays upfront?
Honestly, I've never worked for a town that paid part-time workers for holidays in the first place.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is it's a benefit that I don't know, Jim, have you, not to put you on the spot, but did part-time workers get?
You just didn't work that day and you made up your hours.
Yeah, it's, hourly position, so it's, you work for the hours, you get paid for the hours you work. I'm not suggesting we go there, but to me, it's already a much more generous benefit than I've ever seen.
Okay.
So, doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah. And so do we have a sense of what other similar towns do? Groveland, Merrimack?
I haven't asked, no.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with going with this suggested.
Yeah, so am I.
And
Yeah.
we'll just see if we get any feedback from the meeting.
Yeah, I think once there's a formal proposal, like we posted the others and, and people, because we've got obviously got some comments, but, and most of them I think are supportive of that direction for sure. But if people, have something better, we want to get it right and not have to, it's,
You'll revisit it again in 2 years.
it's,
Like a cycle, right?
How many times have you revisited this?
Oh. Like,
it comes up
we
pretty much
probably
every
spent
holiday.
Like
That payroll takes an extra couple of hours.
40
It's-
hours
it's-
talking about the day after Thanksgiving,
Yeah,
easily. No, we're doing it or not, or we'll decide next time, and we'll make it formal. No, we don't want to make it formal because then it's a real holiday. Oh my God.
that reminds me, I think Jenny did come up with a updated holiday schedule showing Juneteenth, and we forgot to put it on, so we'll put that on that next agenda, because we did work on that,
So,
but I forgot.
One thing for the Thanksgiving thing, one thing I've seen is that everyone gets extra personal day, but you can't use it on any day but the day after Thanksgiving. That's the one way, like, in Havel, we have 3 personal days, and
Yeah.
one of the personal days was you have to, like, we don't have a choice, we use it on there.
that's very funny.
Yeah.
I'm
Sure, it's going to be sick.
I'm not sure I
Do
understand.
something first. That day.
It was, maybe that was a way of avoiding calling it a holiday because of union implications
Right,
or
well,
something.
Yeah. So it must have been everybody but union personnel.
No, it was, I think it was negotiated with all the unions and then
Oh,
it
I
just
see.
applied to.
Okay, okay.
All right, so October 4th, is that?
Yeah, let me, I was putting in for this 20th to, for the updated holiday schedule, because we've forgotten that, but yeah, I'll put, yeah, let's say, yeah, I think October 4th would be a good date. Hearing regarding qualified part-time. Holiday pay. We can advertise that.
And I'm also working on the internal hiring policy. The plan is to have a draft for the September 20.
Oh, okay, great.
So I'll get that to you. well before.
Great, and, oh, good, okay.
So if we look at that.
Did I-
20th, then we could consider we do that on the 4th as well.
That's, was what I was thinking too, yeah. That's good. Okay, yeah, I wasn't clear. I knew you wanted that on the agenda. I didn't know if the idea was to talk about the current one or talk about a new one. So it sounds like you want to propose some
Yeah.
revisions. That would be good. So let's see, that was internal. Okay. Here. Good. There is this other one, and I just want to make sure you saw it. I don't want to get into all of it today because but this whole issue of the sick time accruals, page 57 of your packet, it's a thorny issue. And I totally see the point of view of the employee and just a hypothetical employee who, let's say, works 4 8-hour days and is saying a sick day is 8 hours. But you can see from my logic, there's like it's kind of an illogical outcome if you don't apply some kind of reduction. If you do a straight 10 times 8, everyone gets 80 hours of sick time. Then obviously, like, proportionally, you're getting relatively more sick time based on how few hours you work. It just doesn't make sense. So we're not going to fix it tonight, but I do want to make you aware it is a source of concern for at least one and maybe a couple. One I'm aware of, there may be others. And my office, we just want to be fair and consistent. And we just wrestle with these things because it's really not simple.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the limit case is exactly 20-hour qualified part-time
Right.
employee who gets twice the rate of vacation pay as a full-time.
Right.
employee.
Vacation or sick?
Sick.
Yeah, sick, I mean,
Yeah,
sick,
yeah.
Sorry, sick as a full-time employee. And that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So it's, again, I think I haven't ever worked in a town that had all these benefits for part-time. And I think that's what, and where we have people budgeted at such different hours, literally almost every increment from 20 hours a week to like 32. There's people at 27, 28, 20, like,
Different hours per day.
yeah, different hours per, yeah. So, and some without scheduled shifts. It's
Thought there were
very
numbers,
messy.
you drew a number for the hour.
Might as well. So it's definitely something to have in the mix. It's part of why these personnel policies are so time intensive to tackle, because it's not simple. And there's a lot of nuance that I couldn't have imagined until this specific situations come up. And it's like, geez, that makes sense. So
Well, yeah.
it's not for tonight, but it's,
Yeah, we gotta figure that out. I mean, I look at it, I think it's pretty, the fact that there is that group of benefits for, for a qualified part-time employee, pretty exceptional. But obviously, it's a lot of devil in the detail.
And I do think, there is this idea of formalizing the informal. I think for all those years when this was handled kind of informally, my guess is the department heads, were very reasonable and would just apply a reasonableness, that it's a day and you have an 8-hour day and it's a day. The issue is that we're trying to get the accruals onto the payroll so that it's clear to everyone and it's on your pay stub. And that way everyone's got a weekly or bi-weekly reconciliation of their accruals, like every other employer I've ever heard of. And so you have to quantify what's the rate of accrual. That's like part of what's, that it just makes it really difficult.
Yeah, makes it hard to be fair across the board too, because every case then is its own exception.
That's what we deal with. That's why payroll and personnel takes so much time. We have a lot of employees that their situation is 100% unique, including people, for instance, that are work for 2 different departments at 2 different rates of pay, or one position meets the qualified part-time threshold in and of itself, the other doesn't. Do they get those hours for the second position toward that math? That's an actual situation.
Yeah, actually, how do you, when you have a single employee currently, when you have a single employee who works at 2 different rates for 2 different positions in different departments, do you blend the rate?
No, it's 2 separate rates on their payroll slip, which is totally allowable.
Yeah.
But the issue of hours is, like if one of those positions is say, 6 hours a week, and that doesn't in and of itself meet the threshold, should that count toward the accrual? Technically, that position doesn't have any, sick leave or vacation. So these are some of the things we struggle with.
So then we'd be applying different standards for sick time than we are for the holiday pay. So under what we're proposing, qualified part-time employees will get their normal pay for a holiday, right? They're excused from working without loss of pay.
Yeah,
So you're,
So that's,
Wendy's making a good point.
that is a good point.
You're making the holiday back, you're trying to make the sick the way we made the holiday, you're trying to reverse them. You're trying to make the sick fair and the holiday unfair.
I'm not trying to make anything unfair. But that's a really good point. I mean, but let's say there was an employee with 4 different days, and let's say their long day was 8 hours and their short day was 4 hours, and they were entitled to 10 sick days a year. How many of those sick days do you think would fall on a 4-hour day? Probably not a lot. That's so, it's tough. It's tough. I don't know what the answer is, but you can see we need like dedicated focus on these policies, because it causes constant inefficiency, because we can't give a straight answer. We've gotten a lot better in the last 3 years I've been here. The first 6 months, I mean, Archie, every week I'd get some brand new question. It was like mind-bendingly complicated.
We move on to
Personnel advisory committee.
composition and role of personnel advisory committee and process timeline. for Vision personnel policy related bylaw practices.
Is this yours?
Well, and I mean, it was kind of, no, I think it was yours. It's something we all need. I mean, it goes back a little
What's
while.
in here is the.
Yeah, I put that in
Okay,
for the meeting for Thursday.
okay.
I think when we were talking about some of this stuff 6 or 8 weeks ago, I would have hoped we'd have gained some traction on scoping out a process with KP and maybe having a series of meetings on the calendar. We don't, it's just not how the summer has gone for a lot of reasons. So, it's similar to the conversation earlier tonight on Capitol, like the bylaw hasn't changed, but the form of government has changed. So the bylaw provides that the personnel committee is advisory to the select board. That's not really relevant to today's form of government. And I need a sounding board on personnel issues. I'm limited on things I can talk with the board about because of quorum issues and open meeting law. So that's left me with like very few, we do have labor counsel if there's a legal question, but there's 100 policy issues that we need a forum to work through. And when we did work to reactivate the personnel committee, and they met, I think 4 or 5 times over the first roughly 2 years I was here, that was almost entirely kind of on me to like do the agenda, do the packet, staff the meeting, and so it became like, it's just more time, that wasn't really productive. So, I think we've scoped out a lot of problems, a lot of issues, but we haven't yet gained any real traction on fixing them other than incrementally in the course of our work. But from a policy standpoint, the policies are unchanged and the personnel bylaws unchanged and the salary compensation bylaws unchanged. And that, if you read it, hasn't been enforced as written for a long, long time. And if it was, it would be a huge problem because we would grind to a halt. If every wage change, which you guys probably deal with that 30 times a year, with turnover and hiring, and if every one of those had to go through a committee that has no staff support, like we would grind to a halt if we read some of these things literally.
That's a thing that has never been utilized since ever, as far as I can, for probably 20 years, but that is the way it says.
That's what it's right.
The personnel committee is supposed to look at that.
That's right. Yeah. So there's basically just a whole lot of, housekeeping to do. And that is what we've been talking to KP about for many, probably coming on a year now, of basically look at our existing policies, bylaws, policies, and practices in the context of this new form of government, identify the inconsistencies and help recommend ways to bring things into alignment. So that everything's kind of internally consistent. In the course of doing that, bring some clarity to some of the things that are either ambiguous or illogical or kind of like.
So didn't we appropriate money to do this?
Yeah. I just haven't had time to it's just a major project to initiate and manage, and it's just a workload issue.
Angus, what do you have? Why can't you just here, this is our policies now, take a look and just give us some ideas. Do you feel you have to do stuff first?
I feel like, you see, a single memo has like some insights that no one's going to just, I only know them because I see them come up in the course of like payroll. I wouldn't think of them, but they've come to my attention because I'm here. So to ask someone from the outside to just figure it out without priming the pump and saying, these are some of the lessons learned, these are some of the things that we know to be problematic. But then at least as important as that is the whole process side of things, of having a series of meetings with affected personnel, with department managers, probably with appointing authorities. Like a lot of people have to be involved over an extended period of time of at least 6 months, and probably more like 9 to 12 months to really do it. And you know, we have bandwidth issues. I think a lot of departments have bandwidth issues. So committing to that and seeing it through, it's just never been the right time in the 3 years I've been here. And you know, I'm always worried about how am I going to get through tomorrow? And how am I going to get through the next day? And, you know, it's just day after day of that's how it goes.
And so you don't think there's really a role for the personal advisory committee? I think that was our last.
I think as sketched out right now, you know, a literal reading of the bylaw, I don't think is really relevant to the real issues we have. And I think that based on the understanding this board has of some of the personnel issues, both general and specific, it's hard to see that a committee that doesn't have that day-to-day or week-to-week engagement would really have a finger on the pulse the way you guys do with just what you see. So I think, you know, having, I do think, you know, some personnel committee is definitely important. I think a function that it served in other towns I've worked in that's important is as a grievance board. I think that's an important role because it has one level of remove from kind of, you know, and I think some objectivity and just independence is good. And that's, you know, for instance, in the last town I worked at was its sole function was to hear grievances. So it might not meet for years and that would be fine. But if it needed, it was there. I can use advice, but do I want that to, you know, like if that's got to be a committee with a posted meeting and, you know, it just is, what I saw was it just created workload. If I'd taken the same 70 or 80 hours I personally invested in trying to get that committee up and running and just sat with and just did the work, like I probably would have gotten a lot further. I tried to do it the right way. And I just, it was very frustrating because it didn't, I feel like I would go into the meetings and I would kind of vent of like, these are the issues. And then everyone, and then adjourn. And it's like, why did I do that? Like, you know, now I think I've shared a lot of that with this board. The first 6 to 12 months, you know, with school override and everything else, that wasn't even like on the radar. But I think this board as currently composed has a good idea of what the issues are. And I think we've got commitment to do it. As Archie said, we have funding to do it. So maybe once the dust settles and we've got the town meeting warrant, you know, buttoned up, maybe in October, in those couple of weeks between the closing of the warrant and the actual town meeting, maybe we could gain some traction and sketch out a process into the late fall and winter.
So do you, I mean, we had talked about somebody on the board supporting you in that. I mean, do you want to?
I think that would be, well, to do, you could make that change anytime because as you know, the committee is the amount and composition that the board determines. So you could expand membership, add a select board member. I do think having a select board member on there is at this point would be good because I think these you three all have insights that you know no one else would have. My only hesitation is if it were to become a grievance board in the future, I think that gets a little messy,
right.
Given the board's authorities over, you know, hiring and wages and things like that. But I think that, you know, what's really needed, but isn't going to happen is, you know, a core of like senior staff huddling and like working together and figuring, you know, because like if me and Jenny and Stephanie had like a bunch of time and nothing else to do, I think there's a lot in here we could figure out, but that we never have that time and we never will. So
how does the meeting with the chair, should we talk about that here?
yeah.
I did hear back from Bob James and he was planning on being there.
Okay.
Tim can't be there till 8. This is for Thursday.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think I was posted for 7:30.
Well, I was curious, who is actually going to,
So I heard back from Reedy Meisner.
so do you be there?
Fred and I asked if we could do remote. I don't know if that's a problem. We've already posted. it.
I think I
Just post-
I think I put remote on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. I definitely did.
All right, and then Rob said, so that's two. So Jen is the only one at this point that hasn't replied. Board of Assessors. So,
Which I think of all of them as actually the least,
Yeah.
because they're not the appointing authority and never have been.
but my concern was just I don't want to, lay out the context and everything at 7:30 and let Jim come in. Again.
Yep.
But at 8 o'clock is fairly late for me. Sorry, pretty late start. And then there's the other issue that, Angus is pretty swamped this week. And then we want to delay it until we can be more prepared for it. It's pretty much on him to prepare for it.
Right, I think that would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, my concern, obviously we got audit next week. And what I told Rick is we could be prepared, but that means between now and Thursday night, I'm going to put in a lot of time on this. And that means some
Something else.
untold amount of other things won't get done because they can't all get done.
So how?
On the other hand, you've laid the groundwork, you've got commitments from a number of people. I don't know, is it worth having like at least a very cursory meeting? I don't know. I am concerned if people come to a meeting and there's no there, or we're not really ready, it could be a setback.
Yeah.
I am a little concerned about that.
That would be good.
No. And I mean, there's the thing is, there's so many issues to like, I mean, you did a nice job, I think, with the email. It made it concise, but to help to crystallize that as like an identification that there are problems that need to be solved.
Right.
Would it make sense? We're operating under this assumption, which always will probably prove to be wrong, that the couple of weeks after the printing of the FinCom booklet and town meeting will be a slow period. But
It's just somewhere over the range.
There's a
but
vacuum.
using that assumption, would it make sense to wait until, similar meeting, well, not necessarily the Thursday, it could be Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday of that week, we'll have a regular board meeting on Monday of that week.
Which week we talking about?
The fourth week of the fourth. that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
the fourth, so.
So like
18th,
Thursday, the 7th kind of thing.
If town meeting is on the 22nd, we have the 23rd. We have a meeting on the 18th, so, we could do it that week, the 20th, October 20th, or we could do it the week before that. I mean, there's a period there where.
Yeah, like Thursday,
and
the
I know that's
14th or
putting it out
something.
farther, but does it allow us the opportunity to be more prepared and maybe, maybe come up with a better time.
Maybe have by that point with KP, have a calendar so we can use it really as a springboard for a series of subsequent meetings. Because I'd like to get them more engaged, but
Yeah.
I shared with Rick last week the list of things they're currently working on. Was it 12 or 11?
Yeah.
Like, we've thrown so much work at them that to then be like, oh, and here's this huge thing,
Right.
So I would say if we don't go forward this Thursday, we should definitely pin down a date and not just have it like
Yeah.
wither away, but pin down a specific date. Explain to people that, it's really important. We want to get it right and we don't want to waste anyone's time. And we just need to give ourselves a little more time, which I think anyone's going to understand. I also would suggest at this point, probably Park and Rec maybe ought to be part of it. Just a thought, even though they don't appoint it, it's ambiguous.
It seems like
Well, that's why I don't think, in fact, it is ambiguous, but I think, others may see it differently. I think it would be wise to postpone it. I really do. Because the other thing, I don't have Stephanie lined up to be there. She's on the call now. I don't know, but Tim's not gonna we're not really, organized.
I think I would just phrase it that it's a number of conflicts.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Wendy.
I would just phrase it as if there's a number of conflicts, which there are, you know. with the
Okay.
advocacy.
Yeah, yeah,
So do you want to pick, I think we should pick a date.
sure, I agree with you.
So do you want to do it on the off week between them? CPC would be meeting on.
Yeah, typically there wouldn't be anything to beat about right then, but
That would normally be the 21st.
Yeah.
How about the 14th? Is that, oh, well, that is Columbus Day week. I don't know if people take vacations that week.
no, I've never known people to take that week for vacation.
So 14th, October 14th.
That's in Vermont, and that's for Huron.
I do appreciate your flexibility on this. I know how important it is. But obviously we've had a number of things thrown at us in the last few weeks that you know, take time. So. Is that it for that? Are we on to item L?
Yeah, sorry.
So item L, I'd done this back in May just because I was reading the policy and I just started, you know, doing markups. I think it's 95% housekeeping, primarily the phraseology on the board designation. Really, I think the only thing in here that's substantive is this, you know, on page 63 of the packet, item 5 with the yeah, basically, because to me, I feel like 7 days being provided notice and the board 7 days later saying, oh, it's too late, to me is like kind of out of step with the reality of the time it takes for committees to convene a meeting and post. And so I wanted to like give a little more so they can just say, hey, we are interested. We're not going to be able to meet on it for another 10 days, but we are going to be looking at it.
But saying 28, that seems too long.
But the open space committee meets once a month.
Yeah, but so what? If they're really concerned about a property, then they're gonna have to call a special meeting.
I don't know.
You know, I was trying to strike the balance with enough flexibility without, because obviously 120 days comes and goes quickly, so we can't drag our feet. But having a little bit more realistic, because I think the way it's written now, like if I was to have enforced that literally with the recent one, you know, 7 days, like that's tough. So, you know, this is the first time you're seeing it. If you're not prepared to vote, that's great. I'd done the work a couple of months ago, so I figured I'd just put it out there for, you know, I do think we should update this policy, whether tonight or, you know, it's just primarily housekeeping stuff.
So the idea that Archie brought up at the last meeting about those funds, would that be part of a policy? Would that be something?
No, that would be that. Really, there's no way to automatically have that happen. That would need to be, you could get a report from the assessors every year of what the rollback taxes were and then put an article to put those into the fund. But there's no way to have it automatically happen.
You have to do it retroactively.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at what's been paid in over the last 5 years, like Christian had reported on last meeting. And you could just do a warrant article to put that from free cash into.
Well, maybe that's a spring town meeting article, and then we could sweep in. Looks like there's gonna probably be a couple of transactions this year.
So maybe just going forward, have it be town meeting warrant, to just transfer that money.
Right, I mean, seems to me that would make sense. I think it's kind of a unique idea, you know. We have
Okay.
figured out
Wait,
exactly
but-
how we're gonna manage those.
Well, it also ties into the
Yeah,
suggestion
and-
people have made of like a land trust. Yeah.
At what point do you, I mean, then the, again, the devil is in the details, because this is a, you know, these are quick acting things. We can't wait a year to decide whether we want to spend
Right,
what,
right.
who will then have the,
I mean, right now, just the logistics of having to, you know, say we wanted to use CPA funds, to buy a piece of land that came up in 61A, that could happen. You know, so there you have the extra hurdle. Not only do you have to go through town meeting, you know, special town meeting, but you also have to convene the CPA and have them go through the whole process of allocating funds, whereas if funds were available, although now they won't have the leverage effect of CPA funds yet, you know, the money from the state, but still, you would have readily available funds. That you could-
right, and I
reach out to.
it just seems like that they were. The town was, the town was giving them a tax break because we value it as a conservation land,
Right.
an agricultural land. So therefore, maybe we keep that money as something to help with agricultural conservation land.
Can you put, I think you can, could
But-
you
But that's for another day.
transfer free cash into like the CPC open space bucket? Or no, probably not. No, I think it's more like a land trust type thing.
No, free cash in the CPC bucket?
You can't do
No,
that.
no,
No, no,
I mean,
you
I'm
couldn't
no
do that.
CPC specialist, but
No,
I
I'm
can't
sure you're
imagine
right.
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
No, all right.
The only question I had in number 5 is on the abutter question.
Mhm.
Is that strictly abutting the property, or is there some like compound 200 feet or, you know, some?
It doesn't define it. I know when we did it for,
That's a good point.
for the Groff property, you know, I told, you know, I asked the assessing to just drop whatever was the most conservative, like I think it was 300 feet was the longest abutters distance of any permit. So we used that to be conservative.
But, well, I think, I mean, abutters, as far as, you know, say zoning bylaw, abutters, I think that's statutorily defined.
Yeah, it's like abutters to abutters within 300 feet.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I would assume that the reference to abutters here,
But it's different for a subdivision than a special permit, for instance. I think the definition of abutter varies depending on what, I'm pretty sure.
okay.
It was a long time ago as a planner, but I think there was a little bit of a nuance, so. But we used the most conservative, we just did 300 feet.
I have you know, I read through the state document that, you know, Appendix A, and Natural Law, Chapter 6107. And so I'm looking at page 68. This is kind of a weird nuance, you know, and I don't mean to get into the state, you know, mass general law here, but trying to understand what this means. Line 64. Well, actually started like 62. The third grade should be delivered to both parties with 90 days. And then it shall be the final determination consideration. Okay, so 64. Upon agreement of a consideration, the city or town shall then have 120 days to exercise this option. It sounds like if you transfer the ownership or transfer the right of first refusal to another entity, you know, to a nonprofit, then you restart the clock. 100-day clock. Or no, this was, actually, that's not when transferred to another entity, it's, when you don't have a, okay. the conversion without a sale. It's strange, it's the one that's, I can't read that any other way. On the consideration, the city council then have 120 days. This is after they've already gone through this long appraisal process. I don't know if there's a corresponding, I guess the reason why I didn't go back and dig through our own rule, and see if there's corresponding.
Yeah, I mean, item 13 says if the sale falls through. The right of refusal is triggered in the. That doesn't sound like that's what that line is talking about.
It may or may not be purchased over, notice of intent. No person, yeah, so this, so section 7. I don't think we were intending to get into the weeds, like.
I think this means that the owner isn't selling it, but they're taking it out of agricultural use and maybe, building a house on their own property. They're taking it out of when you talked about conversion, they're taking it out of 61A, but they're not selling it to a third party, they're merely making it a different use for themselves.
In case of intent to determine conversion on sale.
And so in other words, then the town has the right to purchase that from the owner.
Right.
And keep it.
So
In other words,
So if you
they
just pull it
want
out,
they
I
want
never realized that, if you just pull it out of 61A though, that the town then has a right to buy it then?
that's what I'm
Yeah,
yes.
I didn't realize that. I thought, yeah, I thought, okay, I thought it was only if, if it was up for sale, okay.
One thing that's brought up for me is, I don't know if there's a way to educate people about this process. I mean, it seemed like it was really clear that the perception last meeting was that we could just defer to the town. to
Right,
vote.
right.
And,
That's all, unfortunately, that's always going to be the case.
well,
Yeah.
so maybe the thing is when that comes up for us to address it right away, we don't want to be combative with people, but that's a misperception. I think that.
Yeah,
We can just stop things,
Yeah.
Or just like put something on the warrant without, the offer, the negotiation, just all of that goes into it is, yeah, it's not anywhere as simple as that, as you know. So do we want to just kind of table, it's not urgent,
No,
there's
I
no
don't
urgent.
have any
Oh,
problem.
you think
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
oh, okay,
Yeah,
All right.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, just put some time into it.
yes,
It all makes sense.
okay, good,
Why
good.
not, get it done and
Yeah.
not have to look back. at
Yeah,
it.
it's primarily just housekeeping,
Don't
but
do
I
it
think
again.
it'll be, okay,
We've all read it.
yep,
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the changes as noted on page 63 of the procedure for handling notifications of intent to convert 61, 61A, and 61B land.
it's actually pages 62 to 66 are the full, is the full
66.
policy.
And with the attached appendix of master of the law.
Second,
So is it worth clarifying the abutter issue, or do you think that's stuff?
I mean, I think for the time being, we would just use reasonable judgment like we have tried to do. I don't think it needs a legal definition.
Okay.
I don't think the statute provides for a butter notice. So I think that's like a local, anything we do is above and beyond on that.
Yeah.
And, like I said, I'd just ask assessing to run, a standard abutters list is what I did there.
Oh, so we voted aye.
Great. All right, thanks.
Clearly fatigue is. Now we have proposed select board policy regarding electric power equipment.
I think this is good. I think you address the concern about what to do if there's so do they make electric backhoes?
Not yet. Not yet. But they may come.
Yeah. I mean, those are the principal changes, right? How do you handle it?
Right, yeah,
Just define
exactly,
what
yeah,
that means,
yeah, yeah, no, that was, yeah. Also, putting it off a couple of years so that people have time to, if they're already contemplating a piece of equipment and need to think about it, it doesn't put somebody in a spot, if we were to implement it right now and they had already planned to acquire a piece of equipment, it would kind of throw the work that they've done up to that point in researching out the window. And, so this gives people time to account for that and, to accommodate it. By, trying to give sort of a path or a reasonable path for not complying with the policy, reasons for, if you have valid reasons.
Rick, I just wondered whether the town manager wants to be involved in micromanaging, say, a decision about something as small as a weed whacker.
How about to the chief procurement officer, who by this point could be the town manager in 2 years, but we don't know. But that it's a purchasing issue. It's not a manager issue.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
I guess the only thing would be that most of these purchases are probably going to be me. So
Right.
I see when the police himself.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
But at the same time, it then defers, it's a select board policy, and if you're deviating from the select board policy, you come back to the select board and say,
Yeah,
this was my reason.
yeah.
I mean, hopefully, in 5 years, we don't even have to think about it, but the main thing is to jumpstart it.
Yeah.
That was the whole point.
The pump out boat could be electric.
Not big.
It's gonna be equal. They have up to 180 horsepower.
Do they run?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's gonna be weird. We're gonna have to install, plug-in stations at yacht clubs and marinas and,
So, is it necessary that the town manager has to make a decision on whether it goes to 1 or 2? So I guess the only difference is that it can't happen until it's discussed. They both are going to the select board. Right?
Well, the first one is just immediately waived, and, you need something now. A tree that's gonna fall, whatever, there's
So
something
you
you have
have
to
an
deal with.
event of immediate threat to health and safety. And that.
Rick, there can also be even delivery exigencies, like there are now for lots of different things, supply it may be a better thing, but supply may be impossible for a year or whatever, I don't know.
Did Wayne have any comments on this new?
I haven't heard from him yet. Don't have it much long.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that this would be a bird thing for you? I mean.
I mean, I think I like the changes Rick made, you know, I think it's far enough out that it gives everyone time to kind of adapt. And you know, I think what we were concerned about I mean, you know, especially like sometimes, you know, I don't see an invoice till it's in the warrant. And at that point, the equipment's already in hand. And, you know, I think this is far enough out that it gives people time that they would be thinking about it before ordering the equipment, not, you know, when it's already delivered.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's in this, I think that's the direction we're going, and, you know, we can adapt to this. I just
like
over the
town
weekend,
manager
yeah.
being The one, because the town manager is tied to the select board.
That's true, yeah.
I-
And I'm fine with
was
that.
Really why
Yeah, I'm fine
did
with
it,
that.
But I don't object either way. you know.
But yeah, just this weekend, I was signing the warrant and there was like some kind of scythe, you know, and I flagged it and I said, and I left a note, and Jenny talked to Wayne this morning, and Wayne said there isn't one that does, but you know, they had that conversation.
Mhm.
But by that point, by the time I'm seeing an invoice, it's probably already out in use, you know,
No,
so.
but I just kind of don't want the town manager having to deal with it.
There isn't a
Deal
dollar
with the
threshold
money
on
and
this.
thing.
And so like, there isn't, because there's not a dollar threshold of even like $1,000, like, I don't know, it's hard to think of an example, but is there
I
something
just
that's,
have a weed whacker.
Yeah.
To deal with a weed whacker.
but you probably would like to see an electric weed
Well, I mean,
whacker.
that's the funniest thing. I mean, that's like the no-brainer. That's the first place. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah,
You know,
just get a battery.
Yeah, you know, you get, you know, an electric weed whacker and you get an extra battery, and sure, the batteries are expensive, but you get an extra battery, you get enough power to go for the day, and you never have to tune it up. And you never get out in the field and the damn thing would start, you know, and it's, you know, I mean, those, to me, there's certain things that are just no-brainers, they're.
No, I understand that, but I just don't know if we want.
Well, I think initially you may have a larger role, but, or she, whoever we are at that point, but you would think as time goes on, this should just become matter of practice.
Right.
You know, something you just let. I think the first year.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think that if you guys vote it, that then, you know, I would recirculate it, and Wayne's been paying attention. It was sent over the summer to, you know, the two chiefs and to Mike Kute. I don't know if they really looked at it. But I think if they have concerns, they'll let us know.
Yeah.
And where it doesn't take effect for almost 2 years, there's time to adjust it. if
That's
it's not.
that's
Yeah.
true,
yeah.
yeah.
But it's a shot across the bow. It tells people clearly the direction we're trying to go.
But see, Rick, in the opposite direction, you really, if you're worrying about generating CO2, you know, weed whacker uses like, you know, a pint of gasoline, you know, in 6 hours or whatever, versus a big truck, that's where the gain is. It's not on the little items.
Yeah. But it's, I mean, it's all incremental and.
But
you know,
we're talking 0.00001 when you're talking about a weed whacker or something like that, yeah.
It's a frame of mind. That's what we're aspiring.
It's what?
It's a frame of mind, that's what we're aspiring to.
Well,
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to be with the gain is in the big items, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, so this, you know, quite honestly, I envision this possibly having some impact on just the fact that there is now a policy may have an impact on, you know, buying decisions by any of us who live in town. When you start, if you see that the town is finding that battery powered equipment works fine, it may actually make some people give it second thought who otherwise wouldn't. Part of what you try to do is set an example too for everybody. I mean, the reality is the town probably uses, 10% of the municipality probably uses 10% of the energy in the town. So we're doing all these things, trying to improve our operations and save money and save energy, greenhouse gases. But the biggest impact we can have is helping other people in town understand what they can do.
Okay.
And, so I see that as being, as much as it's functional for the town, maybe being functional for residents in town, for all of us.
So how much of this would be the policy?
I think everything after the first paragraph. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I read it.
If you think we can and should trim it, I'm sure some words that we could be done to
Fine.
I think
There's
it's
no
clear.
word limit on policies, right?
Nope.
Wish there was.
if you think there's words that needs to be done,
I thought it came through clearly.
Yeah, it was a really good.
okay.
It's good to have the background in there, especially in the beginning. All right, so what's the verb for policies? Adopt?
Mhm.
I move to adopt the electrically powered equipment policy as stated in. It's not part of the packet, right? Rick Parker, September 4th, 2021.
Second.
So just for discussion, did we want to change? I wasn't sure where.
Yeah, I think we stuck with town manager. Yeah.
Okay, all right. All in favor? Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of June 28th and July.
Second.
I do have some questions that I will pass to Jenny. Is that the appropriate?
Yeah, actually, we're talking about it, and that's fine for now, definitely. But what we thought is maybe where the board does have, what's your title with the board? Is it clerk? Could there be a scenario where you as clerk liaise directly with the vendor? And then anything that comes to the board is already going to have, it puts more work on you, but if you're going to be doing those reviews anyway.
Yeah.
And that, avoids a situation of 3 people. Now, that would be fine. I think the vendor would welcome that.
Okay.
So if we have changes.
And that way, well, hopefully the
we can't
idea is that by the time it gets to the packet, basically what that would mean is the minute we get it from the vendor, we forward it to you. If you have comments either before the packet goes out or even before that Monday night, just to try to streamline the meetings a little bit. So, but if there's things that you want to.
Well, if there's a no vote, do we need to identify who's opposed?
I normally would think so, yeah.
Okay, there's 2 votes here that had no votes, and so I don't remember who that.
What page are you on?
Page 79 on the warning treaties. I'm pretty sure I voted yes on the first one and then no on the second one.
I'm sorry, 129?
No,
Page 79.
70.
I'm sure I have that in my notes because I always write that down.
Okay, so you wanted 1 year.
Yeah.
So you voted, Rick and I voted no
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming, but
on the first one. And the second one, you voted no and we voted yes.
right. So my question was just, do we need to put people in?
I always do
We
that,
probably
yeah.
should. So the first one should be then
You and
Archibald and Parker opposed, and the second one should be Reed opposed.
Got it.
Was there a roll call?
no.
No, but it would have been, I would have written that down, definitely. And,
Because it is written for abstain, so I just didn't know.
Yeah.
So that's okay. And then I had a question on page 82. The discussion is about the town manager evaluation, and there's just the last sentence before the motion, something about the water department administrative assistant. It just seems like it's not part of this conversation.
mm,
And maybe perhaps there's more background needed for that.
Where's that from?
On page 82, the last paragraph before the motion on item S. It might have been a sidebar conversation we had, I'm not sure, but it just seems like it's out of place.
mm,
Sort of like a.
So something like that, I mean, the vendor's not necessarily gonna know where that.
no,
So
no,
I would just have to make a judgment call and.
yeah. That's a tricky one, because, yeah, because that was, then that was the subject of the vote. It was this non sequitur, and then
Yeah,
that was, so, so some kind of transition. language.
What were you saying?
I do remember it, but I don't remember the sequence, but yeah, it was a late breaking issue.
so just pass this to Jenny.
Yeah, I've marked the pages, but yeah, if you have
There's just not a
markups.
words are missing or clarification.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah, that'd be good.
okay. All right, and then I'm fine with doing that going forward.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I mean, for these, do you want to, I mean, just, you know, I think if they're all, you can tell us, are they basically, you know, kind of scrivener's errors type, they're not substantive. So I think the board could vote them subject to non-substantive edits to be provided, you know, by the board's clerk. And then those get built in and we post them with those minor revisions. But then I think going forward was what we'll do is we'll just, when we get the draft and we get them in Word, so we can send them, you can just mark them up.
Oh,
And,
that'd be great. I
yeah.
tried to do that with Jenny, but she said they were in PDF.
oh, I think we get them in Word.
I think.
If we
get it in
don't, we
PDF
can.
and You have the soft, I don't have, I can't convert it on my computer. I think that was what happened. 'cause I
Okay.
offered to do it for her.
Huh, okay.
If it's in Word, that would be great. I'll just change it myself.
Oh, no, they were in PDF. We could get them in Word. Or yeah, well, anyhow, well, yeah, they are in PDF.
Right.
So we had a motion by Archie, who made the second, was the second? Okay, great. All right, so subject to non-substantive edits.
All in favor? Sorry. I'm fading.
Yeah.
It's like, I.
So I think in the updates, I think this, you know, you have a lot of stuff in writing, you know, and I think it probably all speaks for itself. Let's see. Job description, that's really providing notice. P is providing notice. Q, you know, work continues. I actually got an email from Leah tonight, who's been upstairs meeting with the planning board, that she said, just a heads up, the planning board was more receptive about taking on the stormwater authority role.
Oh, that's good.
I think the housing trust, you know, we've got that on the warrant, so we'll be talking about that more on the future meetings. You know, it's all information. If you have questions on any of this, I'm happy to talk about it, but if you're comfortable with the written materials in front of you, I don't need to talk about any of it.
Yeah, I'm personally comfortable. I don't know if we need to, each should be
P, not really. I don't think so. That's a good question, but it's not really, it doesn't provide for the board's acceptance. The procedure says we get it, we send it to legal counsel, they verify that it's in the proper form, which they did, and we notify the owner. that it's in the proper form and the clock has started, which we've done. There is no role for the board to actually like formally accept it. We just, when this was initially on the 8:30 agenda last week, and Rick and I agreed, let's put it on so there's public disclosure that we received the notice, but we didn't want to like confuse people and think it was like a substantive discussion. It's really just an acknowledgement. We received it, the clock has started, it's been circulated to the town entities.
And now we're essentially waiting for feedback from other
Correct.
town entities.
Yeah.
As to their perspective on it. I have, on the stormwater, then off that topic, but next one down the queue, just a note to point out, on page 139, well, on page
I see it.
138,
Yeah.
there's section 8 enforcement, and on the next page is section 8 severability. So it's just a numbering issue on
Okay.
sections.
Yeah.
So it should be severable, it should be section 9.
There's something. That was the version from June. It was a
I
different
looked at the next
version.
So the same thing.
Okay, that may be. It did go through. Enforcement
Yeah.
and, yep, it is. Yep, it's double numbered.
Yeah.
In that one too. Yep,
Get it now.
yeah, those.
Good, yeah. I had one question, just so people can think about it, on the definitions of disturbance, which is on page 134. One of the things says remove trees. Now, there's trees and there's trees and there's a lot of trees and there's one tree. I mean, it's just like.
1 acre is the threshold.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that 1 acre of the disturbance, but if you take one tree out of this acre and another tree out of this acre, that's 2 acres, which is over the threshold. So in other words, what percentage of if it's say a forested area, what percentage of the trees triggers the problem? I don't know. I don't know how I would define that. It just says removal of trees. That seems very
Well, I
hard
think
to
the project
define.
itself is more than an acre. So I think that's what would be used. If the project itself is more than an acre and the disturbance, was 1 tree. It's technically.
No, it's disturbance of an acre.
Well, how would you quantify that then?
I assume that you looked at driveway / roadway, septic system, grading for house.
So a cumulative disturbance?
That's. what
Yeah.
I assume is the case.
Yeah. I think
It's the
that's
total
right.
acreage of an area. Of an
I'm just going
acre.
by when Concom looks at it, they're not like adding up all the disturbances, just any disturbance in the project area, within the buffer zone. So maybe this is a different way of. looking at it.
The surface area has to be an acre, but how do you define that in terms of tree removal? That's my
No, I get it.
question. You have to remove an acre of trees or.
Well, either that or it's cumulative with all the other disturbance. So if there's, if there's an area that you're cutting the trees and there's another area that you're grading or you're putting roadway on or driveway on, and another area that you're putting a septic system. I don't know, you just add all those
Okay.
elements up and if that's an acre, then it crosses the threshold.
But how do you define you can figure out a driveway, this is the driveway, it's 7 by 3, but how do you figure out what the tree removal
Yeah.
footprint
Okay,
is.
okay. I see.
Well, and the
Yeah.
Concom memo is actually recommended to include removal of vegetation, not just trees, so that, I think creates.
I saw that too, yeah.
Well, those kinds of questions are definitely need to iron out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's,
because someone could argue, well, it's just the 3 feet of the diameter of the stump. And someone else might say, no, it's the whole canopy, and that's a huge, one
But
tree
that
would
is
be
the
a half an
root
acre. Right.
It's just pi d squared, that's
Listen to you. So who will be defending this at the town meeting? How's that gonna work? Whose article is this?
I think the select board's gonna be asked to sponsor it, but you don't have the full draft in front of you. If the planning board sponsors it, we'd be delighted. But that's gonna be up to them. We do have, I think, our next working group meeting. I think we met last Wednesday, and I think we've got another one next Wednesday, was the stormwater group. So, I'd be happy to present it. Actually, so it's next Thursday is when our working group's meeting again. It's gonna be tough to get this ready for prime time.
Yeah.
It really is. And I said that on the meeting we had last week. I said, part of me wants to say let's punt again, because what you haven't even seen is the 27-page draft regulations. Like, it's very daunting trying to get this.
So the bylaw and the regulations have to be passed together.
No, the regulations aren't approved by town meeting. The bylaw authorizes the approval of regs, but without the regs,
Yeah.
those really flesh out a lot more detail.
Yeah.
This is a very bare bones bylaw.
Okay.
So the regs are really kind of where the rubber hits the road on some of these questions. We have basically like a model regs that's been edited very little. So we did engage Jen Hughes at MVPC to help us get those further along. They don't need to be approved by town meeting, but we'd like to have them far enough along that we can answer those questions. It's tough.
Angus, do you have any slides that show that, this is basically this isn't something that we dreamed up, that some like things that have a Department of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
the permit,
federal.
permit page.
Yeah. Yeah, in actually, one of the conditions up in Maine was every year we had to run a stormwater 101 with our council. And the town planner would come in and do a stormwater 101, and it was pretty much the same one every year, but we had to document for our permit that we had done that. And it was very, it wasn't just on the bylaw, it was on the whole.
No, but
MS4.
I wanted for the people that town need.
No, I know, yeah. We can't do slides, but we could do
Oh,
like
that's
a
right.
board,
Okay.
or a couple of presentation boards would be
This
good.
cries out for it, because people are gonna say, oh, you're overstepping your bounds and stuff, and we're just doing what we're mandated to do.
Yeah.
We can't have slides, that's right.
Maybe that needs to be, can that be worked into the introduction to the article?
It'll be in the FinCom booklet. I think everyone at this point knows it's a mandate.
Yeah.
I think it,
I would imagine that very few voters know this even exists. Seriously.
yeah, no, I believe you.
Despite the fact that you've been laser focused on.
Well, it's been on every agenda for the last 3 years, but no, I know you're right.
MS4, they're gonna think it's just another BMW.
They're gonna think it's it's a
And that's all with
budget folks.
all-wheel drive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where mine went. Some kind of game.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, so
So,
I guess, are we adjourned?
Yeah,
I
I
have
moved
two
away.
questions
Okay.
on the select board email. I'm starting to get car post input. Do you want me to just consolidate that and send it once a week, or do you want me to just send them as they come?
Some is they come, if you don't mind, because, yeah, sometimes it's easier to digest little
One at a
pieces,
time.
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
And the other issue is, I'm gonna email from somebody wanting permission from the select board to hunt on town lands. How is that handled?
Up in Maine, we had a very robust
I couldn't
framework
find
for
anything
that.
on the website about hunting.
I'll send you something offline. I don't believe we've allowed it, and I think my guess is you're probably not gonna wanna go down that road, but in Maine, a very different culture.
On
It's a
the
whole-
trading field.
So we did have a framework we put in place up there, because they had been doing it informally, and I wanted some record that someone was allowed. Anyway, we put in place a whole thing with maps, and
Yeah, that's.
I think the initial answer would be that's not allowed.
Yeah, well, that's a question that's come up at least a couple of times that I can recall since I've been here.
Yeah.
And the town has always declined. And I mean, there's, different people have, had different approaches. In fact, I had a conversation with somebody 2.5 years ago when I was actually campaigning, who wanted wondered if the town would give permission so we could bow hunt on town property.
It's fun.
Yeah, it could very well be, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But there are other people, I know it's come up before, and I think the general, my gut is that the general consensus among town residents would be no. That's my gut, and if it were, we each have our own individual opinions. My opinion might be different than the consensus, but that's, you kind of need to, in that case, respect what you think the consensus is. And I don't know how do we verify what we think the consensus is.
But there's no law prohibiting other than state laws?
So there is a state law, and there's actually a town bylaw that says you can only hunt on property with written permission of the landowner, and you need to be carrying that written permission with you at all times when you're hunting on the property. But I don't think there's a prohibition. I don't think we have a bylaw.
Incidentally, somebody was being, there was a I was visiting my father this afternoon, and on the television, it just came by that somebody in Groveland was in hunting gear with a rifle and stuff. And it's not hunting season for anyone. And they had a picture of the guy that trying to catch him in Groveland this afternoon. That was on the news.
I hope he didn't have to wander across into West Newbury. I'm only a few hundred yards to the Groveland border.
So it can happen.
Yeah, right.
All right, so then what's the response?
I think we probably have to tell them no. It's.
Anytime since I've been on, it was just,
All right, so there's not.
it wasn't
You
even,
don't ask them to come in, you just.
we just said
we don't
no,
want it.
yeah.
All right,
If the person is insistent that they want to. I don't think we can refuse to hear somebody's question, but, I think the safe answer is it's never been allowed.
yeah, just.
And in the past, I recall, and I don't remember how long ago it was, I recall it being at a select board meeting once when it was discussed. And somebody had requested, and it was, denied, but, so that's a tiny bit of the history.
I have one thing so that we all think about it. at town meeting, we may be asked, we haven't decided what to do, but God knows, we may be asked what we think or what's gonna happen. We may get that question.
Yeah.
So we should, I think we should have, and even though it's out of order, it isn't on the agenda, or it's not on the warrant and the whole 9 yards, someone's gonna bring that up, and I think that we should think about what we're
Well,
gonna say.
should that be, assuming we don't have too much loaded on our agenda for the next meeting?
Yeah.
But you know, now that it will have had at that point basically a month or a little over a month for the information, you know, the bid information to have settled, and maybe it would be time for us to talk about it and bring it up.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna talk about Wayne's.
So here's how I was intending to proceed is we had talked at the last meeting, which I guess was just a week ago, about sharing Lynn's kind of write-up.
Yeah,
But, you know, I didn't want to just post that as is because I felt like it's important to also say, hey, there's this other idea that didn't come from Lynn, but the, you know, basically the wing concept. And to kind of put that all into a single post that says, this is one set of ideas the architects provided, this is another idea that's been floated. And so that when we put it out for comments and direct comments to be sent to the select board account, that we give kind of the full range of options. And so that's, you know, I talked to Jenny about that last week and we both kind of agreed. I kind of have to write that because it's kind of got to be wordsmithed a little bit. And it just, there wasn't time last week, but that's the intent, is to post a news announcement that kind of says, this is the bids, these are some ideas, send your comments, you know, and so I think if we posted that this week and invited comments for the 20th, I think I agree that there's been enough press about it that people probably generally know that the
Well,
bids.
so Wendy, did these people have other ideas or did you got so far?
One offered to lease the property. An architect that's interested in potentially leasing it with some kind of preservation.
So as is? Or as approved?
I have to go back and look. Elise also wrote, you know, about it, so I'm getting to. I think she said shouldn't spend any more money than is necessary to preserve the exterior, just to arrest any decline. And, so I don't recall about that. I just saw that they wanted to lease it.
I did talk to Mary Bolso today. She was the vendor who helped with procurement, and she's going to draft up an official, and then I'll put it on letterhead to officially notify the bidders that we're not selecting a bidder, just to kind of formally close out the purchasing process.
oh, yeah, that's a good idea. So, boy, the architect, we would give him the preservation design and architectural work if he would implement it.
I'm sure.
You should watch, there's a program that's on British television called Grand Designs. And it's people that they either build from scratch or rehab things that are just impossible. And one of them was a very small 400-year-old castle in Scotland, and all I could think of was the cardinals, because it had a turret and of course it cost like 5 times as much as the person's budget. But that's what they all are, because they're crazy projects, and that's all I could think of. So our budget was only twice as much instead of.
Yeah. Oh, well. Definitely given that a big try.
Check it out, do a great program, Grand Design.
Grand design.
Yeah. It's like this old house, only,
On steroids.
oh, yeah, on granite steroids.
So, yeah, I have to say that, you know, I guess we're adjourning, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It's just, it's a little frustrating. I'm sure it's tremendously.
It's a little
frustrating for
abrupt,
you
Archie.
guys.
A little abrupt.
No, we should mosey out here, but it just, you think about these two projects, the bridge and the car post, and we've got in each case hundreds of hours of town time, $250,000 of money invested in each roughly, and design work, and we seem to have hit the wall on both of them.
Thanks, a real pick me up.
I just, I had to vent that somewhere.
You're not wrong.
You could put a positive spin on that.
Do it. I want to hear it.
That circumstances have saved us from ourselves, and now we gotta take a step back, do some long range planning, and figure out how we want to spend that money.
Okay.
That's my take.
Good.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, I'm all for it.
Okay.
Always kind of bright side of life.
All right, so
And I'll tell you one
Are we
other thing I
adjourned?
saw. So the city of Somerville, by eminent domain, took over this building today. And it looks like, it was an armory with a turret, looked exactly the same kind. And they spent $5 million to buy this small building. Google it, because
And what
it
did they
happened
use it for?
today.
I
In
think
some,
I heard something about this last week. And
so
what's
it was an arts, people rent it out to, somebody did pottery, so, the different little areas in the building. But they spent $5 million for this. It's bigger, but it's not a big building, and like, oh my, they just spent $5 million, I mean. I'm glad they have that kind of money.
Right. Yeah.
Thing is, Google it, you'll see the building, it doesn't
I'm
look
sure
a
that's
heck of
just
a
what he's
lot
gonna
bigger. $5 million.
All right,
For
so
art, and it's for art space.
we haven't formally adjourned.
Oh, I thought I made a motion.
I mean,
No.
Jen Solis left the meeting, so that's
We outlasted her.
like 5
I
minutes
made a
ago.
motion.
All right,
Do I have a second?
I don't know.
I made a non-verbal motion. Which,
Back up his
All in
stuff.
favor?
all right, good.